Well, well, well. Hey, John. How you doing? Not much. I'm just chilling here. Took off work today. Wasn't feeling too well. Hey, notifications working. Yay! More tired than anything. I feel better. I've rested. What's up, Herman? You holding up all right? We're gonna keep trucking along here. Hope you guys have survived the eclipse and have not mutated into a cannibalistic version of yourselves. You slept through it. I've napped today, but I think I was up for it. Completely missed where you are. I had 98% visibility of it. It literally just came just south of, about an hour or two south of where I live. But I didn't go out and look at it or anything. We had an eclipse in 2017. I saw it then. I get it. It's neat, but I get it. And my apartment faces northwest, so the sun isn't in my viewing. I'd have to go outside. We all know I don't want to go outside, so I didn't go outside. But it was weird. It was interesting to see how it went almost darkness outside at around like 2 o'clock my time. It was neat. Anywho, I hope you two are doing well. Like I said, I want to keep trucking along. Tanner suggested a game that was 15 hours long, and now I'm on episode 5. Hey, Scouter, welcome in. Herman, I hope you enjoy my stream while it's in the background as you play Final Fantasy. Because I know that's what you're doing. That's okay. I just know, you know. Doing all right, Scouter. Hope you are too. We're back in this. We're in the third act. We are, whatever the average time to complete is, we should double that, and that's how long it actually, I know. I mean, I know I'm a completionist, but I haven't been. Do you think that a lot of the issue is because I'm reading it all out loud? Could that be it? Just taking that much longer? You think I'm playing it as the devs intended? Yeah. Every bridge crossed leads to... I'm going to throw you off that bridge, Scouter. Yeah, but you wouldn't call it an issue? Okay. It's just the way I play, I guess. That's probably the reasoning, Tanner. I mean, hey, Tanner, to be honest, Tanner, I'm sure you're like Fuck, I didn't think it was going to be that long. Maybe those times come from reviewers who have to burn through games to get... Yeah, so they're probably just like speed reading it while I'm taking my time and actually trying to give voices to everything and explore everything and letting it breathe. One thing I still... Here's a question for you, Tanner. I don't know if you'll be able to answer this or not. So I'm going to posit my question a different way. Is there a resolution to the following question? Back early in Act 1, Andreas was walking through the meadow at night. And in the background, he saw a figure jumping through the ruins that they posited was a ghost. Do you know if that will be addressed? Or is that something that we should have either already known the answer to, or is just something that just stays out there? I'm not asking for the answer. I'm asking if it ever is addressed. I don't think it is, but it's something that's been in my head since I saw it playing through the game. You will get answers, kind of? All right, that's fine then. We're good. We're all gravy, baby. Did you enjoy playing this game when you played it, Tanner? Obviously enough to suggest it, but... You did? You loved it? Good. All right. Smokey. Good day, Mistress Druckrin. I've told you, Smokey. Call me Magdalene. Old habits, I suppose. What brings you to my corner of the woods? More gossip? Looking for a way to get into the salt mines. If you knew anything about them. Only ancient gossip. I was wondering if you knew anything about the old pagan and Roman mines. Mines? Is this a new interest of yours, Magdalene? I don't see the townsfolk trek out there as much anymore. Last I saw were those two twins making trouble. They know a way in, but I'll be damned if I ever set foot close to that place. What are you so interested in over there? The mural in the Rathouse needs a section about the earliest days of Tassing. The mines are the oldest part of Tassing, and you keep a keen ear. I thought you might have heard something. I don't know about getting down into the mines, but I do know a fair few stories about them and the other Roman ruins around here. The old stories my father used to tell me when he was the burner of Tassing. The one about Mars and Tassia, the nymph, was always my favorite, though I blame that on my youth. Tassia? Like Tassing? Mm-hmm. Folk named the town after a pagan god, a Roman one at that. I don't mind telling you the tale, Magdalene, but I warn you, it's a bit bawdy. Count me curious, we need something. I don't want to hear those parts. Count me curious. Ha! Wouldn't be scandalizing you. Can't have your father hounding me for any coarseness. But I'll tell the decent bits of what I remember. Excuse me from the fun. All right, what's the story? Well, legend says that Mars was hunting in these woods and spied a fat boar for the taking. He just pulled back his spear when he heard a woman scream in terror. Of course, the creature ran off. And the god was angry at the loss of his quarry. So he trampled through the woods to see why a woman was in the forest and not in the local town. Why would a god be hunting in Tassing's forest? How should I know? Maybe he just wanted a brisk walk. Besides, why should anything the gods do make sense? These were the old days when spirits and ghosts prowled. I need more facts, Smokey, not folk tales. Every tale has a seed of truth in it, Magdalene. How else does it become a story? If you're looking for facts, go find that doctor or the inventor. I'm not a learned man, but I know some things. Stories are one of them. All right, keep going. So, Mars found a nymph, Tassia, bathing in a spring with a fat, ugly satyr goading her from the shore. Enraged at seeing the trapped nymph, Mars transformed into a wolf and slew the satyr. And in return, well, Tassia bathed the god. Ah, I get it. They bathed. Yep, did warn you, Magdalene. When Mars left the pool, he dripped onto the ground, and it blossomed with flowers and crops. They say that's why this valley is so fertile. Paint the mural, and let's guess approval. Why did you make that up? We've been growing crops here for generations. People would want a reason for that, even if it was the gods. Whatever the reason, Tassin's been blessed with fertile ground for hundreds of years. So much of what the Romans left behind was destroyed over the years, but I like that we still have these tales. You never really destroy stories as long as there are people to tell them. Of course, Romans left a hell of a lot behind too. Hey, Loco. The town's more Roman than Bavarian, really. Are we all part of the Holy Roman Empire? Ha! That we are. Not for a lack of trying. Tassin's actually much smaller now than it was in the Romans' day. At least that's what I make of it. The ruins go deep into the forest and all the way to the old mine. Half of Tassin's built on Roman stone. Take a walk around town. You'll start noticing things. We use their stone to build. The old temple by Satius Shrine has grown over, but the aqueduct runs for miles. Even the abbey used to be an old Roman fort. You can see some of the Roman paved stones under the road if you look hard. We may not be Roman, but this town is. Roman for infrastructure, old stones, much for legacy, it's all rubble. Tassin has been building upon itself for hundreds of years. What a beautiful idea. That's the way of things. Most people don't notice the old stones. Too busy in town to notice what's right in front of their eyes. Maybe I should go take a look at the mine. We'd get a better sense of what things were actually like. Ha! Nothing will stop you, I see. Well, I won't either. Just keep an eye for any wolves or satyrs you might see down there, eh? I'll let you know if I see any. Thanks for your help. Good luck, Magdalene. Be safe. You know what else you're roaming over? What's that, Scouter? A bridge? I'm literally going to throw you over this bridge. Hey, Magdalene. Hello, Potter. What are you doing? Looking for frogs. Artemis said she saw one the other day. We're trying to collect a bunch. Frogs don't come out this time of year. How'd you know? Artemis said she saw one. Don't. Cold. I read. Try it sometime. They don't. Hildegard says they're cold and wet creatures. They won't be out in autumn. Huh. Maybe that's why I only have one. What do you need the frogs for? Like I'll tell you, you'll snitch. I won't. Yeah, right. Sorry, Mags, I'm not telling. You'll just have to wait and see. Or ask Artemis. Maybe she'll tell you. Fine, I'll go talk to your sister. But be careful. You've already got to go to confession this year. Oh, we know. The Great Frog Plague of 1543. That's a thing that's going on here? Does something that requires them to capture a bunch of frogs. I don't know what they plan to do with them. Salvation. Let's go to the shrine. Hey, Magdalene. Hi, Artemis. Apollo said you're catching frogs. Yeah. What about it? He told me to come ask you why. He wouldn't say anything. He didn't tell you? Christ, finally. He's learned to keep his mouth shut. Oh, come on, just tell me. No way. This is our biggest trick yet. We're not risking it to tell you. You'll just have to wait and see. Alright, you fucking bitch. Pig out here? Must have broke out of its pen. I wonder who it belongs to. If I want to depict the mural as accurately as possible, I have to go down the shaft myself. The entrance is so steep. No one's used it in years. There must be some way to get down there. Could probably climb. I rigged a rope to the top. Baltus might have some tools. Bragging about how they sneak around. Hi, Danny. How you doing? If I rigged a rope to the top beams, I'd be able to get down more easily. I saw some rope in the workshop at home. I should be able to find everything I need there. I'll have to come back later. Into the mines. We'll come into some more Pentiment and me talking to myself in various voices over and over again. I mean, you guys keep coming back, so, you know. Oh, hey, Magdalene, what's up? Can you show me how you and Artemis get into the salt mine? Mine? Why? It's all gross and creepy. I need to get down there and see what the pagans and Romans left behind. I need references for my mural. Oh, the mural? I would ask Artemis about that. She's pretty protective of the mine. All right, I'll go find her. Sorry, Magdalene. She says yes, I'll show you later. See you later, then. See you. So... Oh, hey, Magdalene. Do you need something? I'm a little busy right now. I need you to show me how you and Apollo get in and out of the old salt mine. The mine? Damn, Magda. Why do you need to get down there? I want to see what our forefathers and the Romans left behind. It's for the mural. The mural? We don't want to use our secret hideout for your mural. I want to see if they left anything down there I could use as a reference. You're really into that whole rat house project, aren't you? Why should I show you how to get in? Please, Artemis, I won't go in ever again. I just need your help this once. Just like you said you'd never ask to borrow my favorite scarf again. I need a guarantee, Magda. Look, I'll show you how to get into the mine on one condition. You help Apollo and me with our next prank. No telling, no snitching, no questions asked. Huh, no way. I'm not that stupid. And good luck getting down there. I won't help you otherwise. I'll find another way in. Sure you will. Good luck, Magdalene. I'm not going to be stuck in that. Not going to be stuck in that. Stick or no stick. I'm a self-sufficient person. Morning, Magdalene. How's Klaus? Hey, David. Enduring, even when his speech is slurred, he keeps a cheerful heart. I don't know what life would be like without him. Klaus is a good man, Magdalene. Tassing's a better place thanks to him. He's one of the few in Tassing who hasn't been on my back all this time. What do you mean? Don't pretend like you haven't heard. Townsfolk have whispered shit about me for years. So what if I occasionally get into a few brawls? I'm an honest man. I wasn't involved with what happened to Otto at Zimmerman. I supported his cause. I pulled my weight around here, tilled the soil, salted the meats, provided for Brigitte and Kraft. I've done enough back-breaking work for this family. Can a man just have a goddamned rest? Why are you always getting into fights anyway? Sometimes an asshole just needs to get his teeth pounded in. Does beating the shit out of someone really solve a problem? Maybe. Don't want to solve a problem, though. Don't want to solve problems, though. Don't have the patience anymore. Had enough. Just want what I'm owed. Right. Lost enough time to this as it is. Time for you to go. Wait, I almost forgot the reason I came to you. I'm trying to learn about the history of Tassing. I was told you could help. Me? What do I know about history? Mother Illuminata told me you borrowed a book of local history from Baron Rothvogel. Mother Illuminata? Oh, you mean one of the old nuns from the convent? Sure. A book? Might have taken it back then. That was a lifetime ago. Can't remember the book or what I did with it. Those years are a blur. Maybe it's because it wasn't him that stole the book. It was the other guy that he's impersonating. Aha! We've solved the case, Watson. Shoot this man. Or we'll just, continue the story. That's something we can do too. Not as extravagant, but, Okay. Probably threw it away somewhere or left it at home. Wouldn't have been much for me to do with the book. I can't read. Too unique for me to have sold, too. No one outside Tassing cares about its history anyway. Maybe I should ask Brigitte if she remembers anything about it. Sure, couldn't hurt. It was decades ago, but she's the one who remembers shit. Thanks for the help, I guess. Mm-hmm. There's nothing else. I got work to do. Ooh. Ooh. Do we be snarky like this? Do we call him out on this whole thing? It's tempting. How dare you, John? How dare you call me out? Just because of that. Just because of that, I'm going to do it. Until later, Martin. Magdalene, how are you keeping? Eager to continue work on the mural. I have so much to do before Christmas. I'm certain it will be the pride of Tassing when you're through. You've always had your mother's talent for art. And how is your dad? You're one of the only people who've asked how I'm doing before asking about my dad. Those chickens definitely look they have PTSD. They've seen shit. Those chickens have seen shit. I know how it is to be the sole caregiver. Yourself disappears behind the needs of the person you're looking after. I worry about you carrying that weight alone. I remember when my dad fell. We cared for him best we could, but those few months before he passed were a tough time for everyone. But I believe God will pull your dad through. Whatever the doctor says, we need him. Well, now we know how the third chicken run's going to happen, I guess, yeah. You should question the chickens. They might know something. I'm going to. God willing, you're right. I'm at his mercy. God willing. Amen. Have you thought about what you'll do if your dad doesn't come through this? I'd have to get married. You remember what happened to Ottilia? That poor woman. But you're a good girl, Magda. There are any number of families in Tassing who'd be happy to take you. You have someone in mind, don't you? I literally can't imagine who you'd be alluding to. There's not a single young man of quality in this town. Not even young Otts? He's about as subtle as his father. God rest Otto's soul. I miss him. I wish I'd gotten to meet him. Properly, I mean. He made an impression, that's for certain. Oh, the girls around town knew better than to moon after him, though that didn't stop some of us. He was Ava's from the start, as Otts appears to be yours. If nothing ever comes of that, know that you're always welcome in my family, Magda. Kraft's a nice, hard-working boy. He's got a sharp mind. He can provide for a family. Are you trying to set me up with your son? Can you blame a mother for trying? You're a good, respectable girl, Magda. Any family will be lucky to have as a daughter. I don't mean to be rude, but I'd prefer to decide in my own time. All right, I'll let it lie. You know, not every marriage may start off on solid footing. But if you pray and work and trust in the Lord, you can find it in time. Believe me. Maybe I'll never get married. Without a husband and children, who will care for you when you're old? The Lord made us from Adam's rib because he meant us to be a part of men. You'll be lonely to never know that fullness of purpose. That's no life for someone like you. You're not the first person to tell me so. It's because your elders are wise, Magda. Trust in our love for you and in the Lord's purpose. In any case, I should get back to the chores. Remember what I said. Whatever happens, you're always welcome in my home. Oh, before I forget, I actually had a question about an old book. Martin is supposed to have stolen it from that baron who was killed years ago. Do you know what happened to it? Oh. I hope this doesn't get me into any trouble, but I still have it, hidden in a drawer. Martin left it behind when he ran off. He went to all the trouble to take it, but didn't bring it along. Martin was a thief, but he wasn't stupid. I'm sure he realized no one would believe he'd come by the book honestly, so he couldn't sell it. Why'd you keep it? What was I supposed to do? The Baron was killed soon after, and there I was, holding his stolen book. I didn't want Martin to get in any more trouble than he was already in. I never read it, though. I don't read well. Can I have it? I don't know. I need to reference it for the mural. But won't everyone wonder where you got the ideas? I've been talking to people all over town. They'll think I get the ideas from them. Oh, all right. I'd like to have nothing more to do with it, to be frank. It reminds me of difficult times. A stolen book of a dead nobleman in our home. Perhaps it's spoiled our milk and turned our eggs all these years. Maybe that's what's freaked out the chickens. Here you are. Please don't tell anyone I had this. Ah, Historia Tessie. Oh, it's in Latin. I can understand a few words and phrases. I'll take a closer look in the evening. Thank you, Brigitte. You've been a big help. Of course, Magda. Be well now. God bless. You too, Brigitte. Until later. Lost and found. Where am I going? What the hell? Who do I have to talk to? Oh, yeah. Head home to the workshop. I can go talk to Baltus. Let's go talk to Baltus. What's up, dipshit? He's still fucking funking along. Carl. Magdalene. Yes? The cinnamon just arrived for the beer. Isn't that a spice? Yes, with many wonderful properties. The copper pots you helped me pipe are part of the process. Oh, I thought it was for something more serious. Magdalene, making beer is quite serious. Anyway, it's for the Christmas celebration. Already, we're barely into November. Wheel of Time stops for no man. But it's going to be wonderful. Cinnamon, coffee from Ethiopia, cacao from the New World. Jesu Christu. Ashu Danaru Fashututu. Jesus Christ, he who has the money can do everything. Problem? Of course not, it's your money. Anyway, I'm quite excited about it. Clearly. As such, alchemy is not normally my strong suit. And for all of Dinagio's complaints about the cost, the base rye we're using is free. Really? Yes. The farmers had so much rye this year, they just couldn't use it all. Gret made such bread with it as she could, but she wound up having to throw a lot out. So why not make beer? Yes, why not? Thank you. Do you know Tassing's salt mine? I need to find a way in. Any chance you could help me? To get into the salt mine, yes, you must be on quite the adventure. Ideally, we could rig up a double pulley system to lower and raise yourself in the shaft. But that might take a while. Well, I would like to go in today if possible. Of course. Would a good length of rope suffice? You could brace it against the wall of the mine shaft. Are you strong enough to support your own weight? Against the wall? I think so. Excellent. Thank you, Baltus. Of course. Here you go. Do be careful, though. Make sure the ropes are secure. I will. Until later. Good luck, Magdalene. Peace out, ropes, motherfucker. Baltus's workshop. I wonder if we can do another lesson soon. I don't know who that dude is. I don't care. Look at me not being a completionist. Rathaus is the biggest building in Tassing. Baltus's clock took ages to build and place. Proud of me. Thank you, John. I'll literally spend another half hour just talking to random people. When we got shit to do. Want to go to the Drucker's house? That's a tough scene there, bouncing between three voices. Yeah, I try to manage as best I can. It's not great, but here we are. That's my home. It's my home. Free enough rope with a sturdy knot, I can brace myself against the mine shaft on the way down. Yep. Two different ways to get rope. Oh, we're gonna head back. Wait, wrong way. Wrong way. In fact, I want to see something. Wow. The end's still going strong. Alright. Magdalene, tell me something. If I must. I'm your elder, and I'm on the council. Why was I cursed with a life in Tassing? What does this pathetic little hamlet have to offer a man like me? Tell me, Magdalene. You're drunk again, aren't you? I was destined for the courts of kings, not a town full of peasants who churn out more of themselves than the rabbits in the meadow. A town where craftsmen, learned men like myself, Baltus, even your father, have their minds wasted. In a few decades, we will be dead, and Tassing will forget us all. God doesn't care. He never cared for me. He deserted us all when the Abbey was destroyed. If he even exists. You've had too many, Doctor. You don't know what you're saying. I've never been more clear-headed. You sound like Baltus. I can see him rubbing off on you, making you reasonable. I don't know what you want with this mural. It's beyond you. You should be at home looking after your father. Pick herbs for whatever provincial remedies you still hold to. Do something you're fit for. And what are you fit for? Drowning yourself in beer all day? You bit. No, you're trying to provoke me. I won't rise to it. Here. You'll never find a husband with that attitude of yours, girl. Roll your eyes. Tongue-tied the moment someone talks back. Surprise, surprise. If you're determined to be an asshole, I'm going to leave. I have a mural to work on. Do what you want, Magdalene. Just don't ruin the mural. Not that it matters anyway. Well, well. Did you say more? It's seen better days. Oh, in the background. Snow is creeping down the mountains. Winter will be here soon. I'm just interested in seeing what the church looks like. Can't even get in. Alright. The Hand of St. Moritz. The poor Clares take care of it now that the Benedictines are gone. Oh, hello, Magda. You wouldn't happen to be going to the convent? Why do you ask? Are you thinking to join the poor Clares? Oh, maybe. Oh, that's a nice idea. You think so? I'm not sure. Be honest. Do I have to look forward to? With Dad's injury, and me unwed at 25, older than all the boys in town. If they don't see me as a sister, they see me as a mom. And when Dad dies, not anytime soon, God willing, I won't be able to claim the farm. I'll lose my home. With Anton gone, there's nobody to take it over. That's unfair. He should be able to inherit the property. The law of man seems cruel compared to the law of God. If I'm destined to poverty, why not live with those who would do the same? Why not withdraw from the trials of the world? You know as well as I, it's not safe out here. You can do so much more. You can be more ambitious. Maybe you're right. Don't know what to say. I suppose you should follow your heart. Hiding away doesn't help. The Abbey's walls didn't protect it during the revolt. I don't know what to say. I suppose you should follow your heart. Can I trust it? It's a nervous and confused thing. As it is often before difficult decisions. I suppose so. But joining the Poor Clares is a lifelong commitment. I don't know if I'm ready for that. I don't think you should join the order. You can't just throw your life away over one bad day. But I wouldn't be throwing my life away, Magdalene. Paul wrote that there is no greater reward than living for Christ. I want to live a life with meaning, and I always admired the sister's dedication. Besides, if I join the order, Dad won't have to worry about what happens to me. I'll pray about it, but I think it's time I talk to Mother Francisca and the others. So I will gather my courage. What little I have of it. If you think that's best, just be sensible, Martha. I will. Until later, be well. Pet son of Mansfinger. God bless you, Magdalene. God bless you, Sister Gertrude. Are you doing all right? Father Thomas told us about your father's attack. You were incredibly courageous to run to Dr. Stoltz so quickly, especially when the attacker could have been about. There was something. I didn't think about it. Instinct. Honestly, I was terrified. It's thanks to you, really. Without reading Hildegard's Physica, I wouldn't have realized he was so badly hurt. Well, I'm glad she came in useful, although I wish it were not in such a dire circumstance. I lit an extra votive candle in St. Satia's shrine for each of you this morning. Thank you, Sister Gertrude. Dad's spirits have been up, but I know he doesn't have much time. Have faith, child. The Lord cares for Klaus just as he cared for his son. I'll see if I have any psyllium left in the convent. If you blend it with broth or warm wine, it will heat his brain and prevent infection. Thank you, sister. I'm grateful for all the help everyone in Tassing has provided. The church is the body of Christ, Magdalene. We are all one community and want to help Klaus before his time. God will turn this for good, no matter what things look like now. God sees beyond time itself, but we are constructed by the present. I've been around long enough to see fruits even when I thought the devil had burned the fields. Keep faith, Magdalene. Thank you, sister. Your words warm my heart. God bless you. God bless you. Margaret. Hello, Margaret. It's Magdalene. Oh, Magdalene. God bless you. You don't normally come to the convent alone. What brings you here? Not that you're not welcome, of course. It's always wonderful to have visitors. I had some spare time, and I thought I would say hello. Oh, what? Hello. Ah, it is good to hear your voice, though. I enjoy it when outsiders visit the convent. Do you miss the outside world much, sister? Yes, sometimes. I miss the other Benedictine sisters, especially. She'd never admit it, but Sister Lisbeth had the most wonderful voice. I always stood next to her if I could. Why stay then? Why didn't you leave when the Benedictines left Kiersau? Truth be told, I was too frightened to leave. Kiersau's my home. I didn't like the idea of becoming accustomed to a new place. Learning the convent's ins and outs was hard enough. I never went outside the convent much anyway. I know where everything is here, even if it's changed over the years. Sister Gertrude had already planned to stay too. The garden always needs tending, and 2 hands make light work. Besides, I can't leave Mousefangr behind. Kiersau is a wonderful place to call home. Has the convent changed very much since the poor Clares arrived? Yes, the food is simpler, and some of the prayers are different, but all the chores and gardening's the same. Gertrude misses making ink for the scriptorium, but I've enjoyed learning the sister's new customs. Speaking of which, I should probably return to my chores. Of course, sister. Apologies for interrupting. Not at all, Magdalene. God bless you. Franziska. God bless you, Magdalene. I have been hoping to speak with you. Do you perhaps have a moment? Of course, Mother. How can I help? I had heard that you had taken up the Muir and Rathaus after your father's terrible attack. Yes, I'm excited to paint the town's history. Your enthusiasm and insistence is most troubling to some people in town. I know the council was hesitant at first, but they all agreed I could do it. The council's view is limited in this matter, I'm afraid. I understand how you must have struggled with your mother passing while you were so young. Without a maternal figure to guide you, it is no wonder your spirit has wandered and wavered from its nature. I'm not sure what you mean, Abbess. The pursuit of such trades is not for women but men. As Paul writes, God calls women to work at home, not in trades. While supporting your father is laudable, taking on his work is imprudent. There are plenty of young men in Tassing worthy of you, or perhaps you have a different calling. I'd like to offer you a place here among the sisters. You're saying we disagree. We're not going to stop painting. Dad taught me how to run the shop, and I love printing. Who's saying I'm troubling? How'd you hear all that anyway? Aren't you all stuck up? You may be an ordained mother, but you're certainly not mine. I understand you may disagree with my choices, but I'm not going to stop painting the mural, Mother Francisca. How unfortunate. I still have high hopes for you, Magdalene. God bless you. Could have got real fucking snippy on that one. Let's not burn all our bridges just yet. No matter what all y'all want me to do. Why the Kreutzer house? What the fuck are the Kreutzers? Oh, Black Till. Get information from him. Yeah. Yeah, that's the ticket. I haven't checked out the mill. Pet Susie. Oh. Good morning, Magdalene. How's the meal coming along? Well, I think. I'm off to start the first part of the meal today. I'll paint the founding of Tassing and the Romans. Well, you won't want for any models. Tassing is littered with Roman ruins. It's almost a nuisance. Trust you'll take the council's opinions on the matter into account. Of course, Paul. The meal is for the entire town, not just me and my father. That's reassuring to hear, Magdalene. Your father's a stubborn man when he wants to be. Age has made him strong-minded. Perhaps you are better suited to the project than he is. All I ask is that you keep the Lord in mind. The meal is for Tassing, but we have others to appease as well. I understand. Thank you, Magdalene. Anyway, I'm glad the meal is coming along well. Forgive my sudden questioning about it. I've been so busy preparing for the council's next meeting, I haven't had as much time with Anna as usual. She says I get a bit frantic when I'm overwhelmed. Is the council working on something new? We're considering yearly maintenance checks on every house in Tassing. The idea's had quite a bit more pushback than we'd anticipated. New ideas always face some kind of opposition. Understand the utility. Well, I'd certainly love if my neighbors knows their way now. New ideas always face some kind of opposition. I don't think you should let that stop you. Thank you, Magdalene. I understand the hesitation. Folks like to look after their own homes, their own land. But this would help protect those in Tassing who don't have the skill to fix things themselves. Widows like Agnes or Gret. In any case, the matter is far from resolved. I imagine spring will come before anything is actually done. I better get back to work. Thank you for letting me interrupt your day, Magdalene. God bless you. Until later, Paul. And they named their kid Andreas. Interesting. What's out here in the outer farms? Okay, that's great. Bye. That's great. God bless you, Magdalene. God bless you, Till. Do you have a moment? course. What do you need? Art says you've been obsessed with your painting. I'm looking into the early history of Tassing for the first part of the mural. Mother Illuminata said your grandfather read about the history of the town. Oh, fertile lands, that is. Seemed like old pot shards and Latin trivia were all he ever talked about. All of Granddad's reading came from the Abbey's library, though. And you know what happened there? Poof, up in smoke. So, you don't have any of his old books? Only a few. Granddad tried to buy some when the Abbey fell on hard times, but they were too expensive. But I can show you something better than books. Evidence? Something like that. See, we don't have any books on the old pagans, but we do have their stuff. Shards of ceramic pots and animals, bricks from what looks like to be an old forge, mountains of salt. Even found a little bear carved from amber. Where'd you find all this stuff? Not just me. Carl finds things. Fabian, too. Any farmer would tell you the same. It's all out there in the fields, under the dirt. Can't go one season without turning up something. Where are you keeping these things? Nowhere. We just toss them into piles with the rest of the rocks and root clumps. Sure, it's interesting, but we can't do much of anything with the stuff except look at it. What do you think it all means? I don't follow. How do you think these people lived? Rough, I'd say, but comfortable. We don't find much of their clothes, or their houses, so they must have rotted. Guess that would mean they were living in huts. But the tools are good quality. If they weren't rusted all to hell, I could probably use them today. I don't know why, but I assume they live in caves or in the muck. They weren't Christians, no doubt about that, but they weren't animals either. I'd say they had it hard, but they got by. Not so different from today, really. Earlier you mentioned something about salt. Did the pagans start the mine? Had to have, I'd say. Most people think it was a Roman project, but I think the Romans just dug it out what was already there. That's why Tassing was so important to the Romans in the first place. Salt. So Tassing wasn't just on the Imperial Road. They made the road come through Tassing. Do you think there's anything left of the pagans down there? Don't know. Anything left would have to be preserved, better preserved than what we dig out of the fields. Huh. Magdalene, tell me you aren't thinking of going down there. What if there's stuff that could help me with the mural? Magdalene. That mine is hundreds of years old. You could break your neck just getting in there. It's worth it for the mural. I want to try my best for Dad. Imagine how your dad would feel if you got hurt. It's curious how the daily lives, dedicated to the mural's success, wanted Dad to be proud. Persuade Black Till to help you with the mine. Then help me get down safely and he won't have to worry. You're bullheaded, just like your mother. And your father. Probably couldn't keep you out of there if I tried. Please, Till. All right, all right. Don't know how to get down there myself, but I know those twins have gotten into time or two. No doubt they have a trick. And Baltus might not be the most reliable man, but I don't doubt he could rig something up for you, too. Thank you, Till. Don't mention it. I'm serious. Don't. This has been a big help. Glad to spread some knowledge around, important for folks to know their past. Do you think all this pagan stuff will make it in the mural? I can bring some of the things the boys and I have found over to the rat house tomorrow, if that would help at all. That would be great. I'm glad you're taking an interest, Magdalene. I thought no one cared about the pagans but me and Granddad. Should warn you, if you do head into the forest, keep an eye out for the Lord's men. They're strict, worse now than they used to be. I'll be careful. Until tomorrow? Until then. So, Blacktail's going to help me go down in the mine. Ava and Christina. It's great. They look like they're doing great. Odds, I don't care. I am too busy. Well, just gave me the rope. We'll use his. So if I die, it's his fault. But what's his face said he was going to help me. What was and is for dinner? Nothing interesting. Just some mac and cheese. Didn't ask them. Thank you, Scudder. I did. It doesn't show that Blacktail said he would help me. I talked to him, but that's it. I'm just clearing all the red spots right now while I think. So, Blacktail said he'd help. Does that mean I have to rest for the next day? So if I look at the map, the only thing left to do is the old salt mine as the objective. It doesn't say rest for the night for Blacktail to help. So then what did he say he was going to help with? I don't know. We're going down. Using Baltus's rope. Climb down. Fuck it. Fuck it. Look before you climb. Get assistance. Okay. There are a lot of different coins down here. How odd. It's not like this is a saint's well. Oh, a tablet. They're still writing on it. Oh, it's a poem. I think it's a love note. Oh, that's cute. Rising passion. Poor Jay. I hope her lover's better things than her poetry. Chuck this shit down a mine shaft, too. Hope her lover was better at things than poetry. This looks like a larger version of some of Baltus's contraptions. This winch must have been attached to some sort of hauling and pulley system. Fascinating. Now that I'm down here, I should see what I can find from the Roman era and before. Oh, bones. They're far too big to be human. No horns. Looks like a mule to me. Maybe it hauled that winch. Poor creature, dying down here. Oh, a piece of pottery. It's beautiful. I gotta go in the cave. Fuck. This pottery is scattered everywhere. Well, these must be the same kind of figurines Till and the other farmers find in the fields. To think that there are so many remnants of our ancestors scattered in fields and caves like this. Yet another pottery piece. Ooh, another piece. Right. Ghosts. Hey, this piece looks like it matches the other piece I found. Another shard. There's a Latin inscription here. Tassia, give me water, or Pluto, preserve me. The salt is drying me to death. Thanks. Doesn't sound like working down here was pleasant. Well, this looks like a Roman map of Tassing. I wonder what's changed. Let's see if I can map everything out. There's the aqueduct and the spring. The abbey was an old fort up on the hill. And there's the rest of town. Wait, what's this building? I don't recognize it. Mithraeum? I don't recognize that word from any of my books. I can't quite tell what it's meant to label on the map. Maybe some sort of temple? Well, whatever it is, it's not in Tassing now. It's so odd. Another inscription. It's not very formal. Worker must have carved it. Litaeus' soul ascended in the Mithraeum. My soul will descend in this damned hall of salt. Christ, that's rough. There's that word again, Mithraeum. Must have been important to the Romans. Another piece. Wonder if they're all the same pot. This almost looks like an altar. But what would an altar be doing in a salt mine? It's even carved out of the salt. Another shard. More Latin writing. If we cannot enter the Mithraeum, we will make our own altar to the gods. It sounds like the Mithraeum was some kind of temple. I never heard the word before. Alright. Interesting. Wonder what we're getting into. We're gonna find a salt demon. I have a lot of these pottery pieces. I should find out if they're all from the same pot. Ever been to a salt mine? I have not. Now we're dealing with the cult stuff? Salt worshippers? Exactly. Interesting. That's where that one goes. It goes right there. We're just doing puzzles, right? I haven't done a jigsaw puzzle in a long time. Like, long time. Got it. Figures in the pot lid look like they're telling a story. I did do a puzzle recently for a board game, but that's different, I think, than just doing like a puzzle, right? These paintings must depict an early myth, even before the Romans. Let's see. This must be Percta, and those must be forest spirits. Part of the wild hunt? Oh god, the next part looks like a human sacrifice. Someone, maybe a chieftain, is sacrificing a man to Percta. Bottom half of the lid continues the story. These look like spirits. They must be coming in to feast on the sacrifice. This must be how our ancestors tried to keep Tessing safe. They offered sacrifices to Percta. This is part of our history, but I'm not sure how this is the best story to portray. Barbaric and very pagan. Definitely paint, don't paint, maybe paint. If I could... I'll have to think more about it before I decide for certain. Alright, I better keep going before I run out of oil in my lamp. Oh, a cave-in. The wood here looks newer than the first part of the mine. Was this collapse recent? I won't be able to go any further with all the rubble. I suppose this is as far as I can go. Still, the murals on the wall showed me what Tassing was like when the Romans was here. Wonder if I can find out where the Mithraeum was, or what it is. And putting the pottery shard back together showed one of the earliest stories of Tassing. I think I've seen everything I can down here, and my oil is running out. Time to climb back out. Now we're stuck here forever. we're walking, and we're walking. All right. Ah, wait, what's that? Hello? Is someone there? Oh. I better get out of the shaft before another rock comes crashing down. Some motherfucker throwing a rock on my head. Who was that? Even Apollo and Artemis would have helped me out of here. Well, now that I have more information, I can make some decisions in the first section of the mural. Should get back to the Wrath House and get to work. Go to the Wrath House. Alright. Someone tried to kill me. Sure. Oh. You. I don't know, John. Yes? I'm Hannah Brandt, the Lord's gamekeeper. Why are you grazing pigs in the woods? Is that you watching me a few minutes ago? The rock almost hit me. Watching you? No. Rock? I don't know what you're talking about. Now answer me. I'm the printer's daughter, Magdalene Drucker. Didn't ask for your name. I asked why you were grazing pigs here. Answer me. That's not my pig. I've been walking around this forest for hours. Other than the charcoal burner and the tinker, you're the only other person I've seen. If the pig doesn't belong to you, what are you doing here? Looking for acorns. I was in the salt mine? Doing what? Wait, I don't care. Just tell me whose pig this is. I don't know. The pig was in the woods when I came in here. Ah, the mysterious lost pig, who apparently belongs to no one. Say nothing. If I find any more pigs in these woods, I'll kill them on the spot. And those who brought them here. Do you understand? Yes? Good. Remind your neighbors what happens when you break the Lord's laws. I know the Lord's men patrol these woods, but I've never seen one before. I didn't realize they were so strict. Kill him now. I suppose I should consider myself lucky. Anyway, time to get out of these woods and back to work at the Rat House. Well, if John Kramer were alive, this man would be dead. I was gonna say, I don't know if I've solved who owns this pig, but I don't have to. That's what you saw, brain rot. I know. You're an idiot. Where was I heading before that asshole shot that pig in my face? Oh, the Wrath House. I keep alternating between calling it Rat House and Wrath House, because I don't know. What is your special request, Scouter? If you say something has to do with a bridge or a stick, gonna have words. Rathaus is German for townhouse, the more you know. I did not know that. Now I do. Still not sure how to pronounce it, but whatever. I'm going to hydrate while I wait for Scoter to say what he's going to say. Rat house. Thank you, John. Scoter, you had a special request. I'm waiting. Work on the mural. Hey, Megs. How's the mural coming along? No comment. I don't think you should poke them with a stick, an extra pointy one, but you'll have words, so I'm just going to... Thank you, Scoter. How's the meal coming along? Magdalene. Can't you let it go, Mags? It's so much easier. No, Otto Zimmerman. I cannot. Don't call me. Fine. Anyway, Magdalene. How's the mural going? Doesn't look like much yet. Of course, it doesn't look like anything now. No work of art appears to exist at the start. You know about it, even though there's egg temper and oil paint. Neither do you, but the town has learned to accept it over the last 18 years. Well, of course it doesn't look like anything now. I only just finished priming the wall, and I have to decide what to depict. It's hard to piece together the history of Tassing when it happened so long ago. Since the Abbey Library burned, I can only rely on stories from people around Tassing. Even what I could find about the Romans and pagans was obscure. I had to go into the old salt mine to find anything. At least now I know what to paint for the first part of the mural. So, what is it? Use the pottery and tools the farmers have found to show how he lived. Smokey told me a story about the god Mars as a wolf. I'll recreate an image I found in the mine. It showed how our ancestors made human sacrifices. I'm thinking the most commonly known story was the one about the nymph, where we got our name. The pottery image is cool, but I don't think that's going to be... That really wasn't talked about in our previous acts. It was always this. So I'm going to do the spring. Sounds interesting. Is that Christian, though? Might be a little worried Father Thomas will take it the wrong way. So what made you choose this story anyway? I like that it's about the founding of Tassing. Everyone knows the spring in the woods. I guess that's true. We all know that it's old and it's always been here. Still, I think Father Thomas might be upset about Mars and the lady. Thanks for explaining it. Of course, I want you all to understand why I'm making these choices. Well, now that I've figured this portion of the mural out, I better start thinking about our next section. I'll leave you to it, Mags. Magdalene. Good night, Otts. Good night, Magdalene. Now that I've decided how to depict Tassing's earliest history, I should decide how to paint Kearsau's history. Mother Illuminata's letter mentioned that a Matthew Fausigny Sau used to be a brother in Kearsau. She said he knew a great deal about the Abbey's history. I should write to him and ask him what he remembers. But when I have Esther's letter to answer to, I should write them both before bed. Well, before I write, I should read that old book Brigitte gave me. You ever learn something pertinent for the murals? Not sleep. Not right. Hopper. Hello, Magdalene. I said read the book. My option is write and sleep. So if I go outside, I doubt there's anything here. Yeah. Nobody lets me read before write. Where to begin? Right, the old book. It was the Baron's before Martin stole it. When the Romans, having conquered the town, built up the wall around it, they established many temples there. This is harder to read than I thought. This book isn't in great shape either, since it's been sitting in a farmer's house for so long. Let's see. There's a section about the various dedications erected in the town. This might be easier to read. I raise a vision in a field so that moths may behold our work. Diana sat in a place with water oozing up from herself. What does that mean? Let us pray so that he or she may defend the town. None of this really makes sense. Maybe someone with better Latin than me could help me read it. The book is so big, though. It would be a lot of work. Could ask Sister Gertrude or Baltus for help. Werner, too. He's much better at Latin than anyone else in town. Maybe even Father Thomas, even though Dad warned me not to bother him with secular books. Chances are slim, but they could help. But it might be... Chances are slim they could help. But it might be worth asking about. Should finish writing my letters first. Mother Lumina told me that Matthew knew some of the Abbey's early history. He's the Archdeacon of Sion now. I should write to him before the snows come. I'll write to Esther, too. Either call him by his current or call him by his former. Current. My name is Magdalene Druckeren. I'm the daughter of Tassing's town printer, Klaus. My father and I are creating a mural for Tassing's rat house. We want to show the history of the town and the abbey. Mother Illuminata told me that you might be the best person to talk about Kirsau's early history. I understand you are a busy man, but we would be most appreciative of any information you could give us. If you know of any other places where we might learn about the Abbey's history, we would appreciate it. Thank you for your help. I know it may be small comfort, but there are many in Tassing who regret what happened during the revolt. Sister Gertrude is still here with the poor Clares, and she speaks fondly of the old abbey. Thank you for your help. Magdalene. Done. Esther, you bitch. Please forgive me for not writing sooner. So much has happened since I last wrote. Even as my last letter was en route to you, Dad was attacked in the workshop in the middle of the night. He survived, thank God, but his injuries are terrible. I worry about him. He's so dizzy he can't get out of bed. Some days his eyes become foggy and his memory fails him. Dr. Stoltz said that he's not going to recover, that it's only a matter of time before he succumbs to the injury. I don't want to believe it, but it's hard to argue with Dad's condition. I have no idea who could have wanted to attack my father or why. I found a note by him, too. All it said was, "Stop." It wasn't from the shop because the script was written in the most elaborate hand I have ever seen. No one in Tassing has such a skill in script as far as I know. And anyway, I don't have the time to wonder about it. I've had my hands full running the workshop alone while tending to Dad. What's more, the town council intended to cancel the mural entirely. I had a hell of a time convincing them to let me paint it instead. They made a fuss about my being too young, not experienced enough, not strong enough to be on the scaffold. You know how it is. I suppose I shouldn't have expected any better of them. Working on the mural has been a welcome distraction from the naysayers and my chores. And worrying about Dad. Hotz has been coming over under the pretense of helping me prepare my paints, too. It's sweet, and I'm glad for the company. He makes the days easier. I'd like to have the whole mural finished by Christmas, if I can. Just want to finish it in time for Dad to see it. It would mean so much to him. If Dr. Stoltz is right, I don't know how long I'll have. Hope you're faring better than we are here. All my love, Magda. Translation trouble. It was difficult. From what I could read, the book talks about things. Sister Gertrude, Baltus, Dr. Stoltz, not Father Thomas, not Sister Gertrude. Baltus or Dr. Stoltz. Dr. Stoltz was just berating me. Oh, but it's nighttime, so... I have to sleep. Looks like it's something I'll be doing tomorrow. Oh well. What else is going to happen now? Skipping ahead 3 days, 4 days, 5 days? Jesus. She is a maniac. Mr. Druckren, a few more letters for you. Message for you, sir. Take care. Thank you, sir. Safe travels. First letter is from Reverend Matthew. Mistress Druckren, I was not acquainted with your family during my years at Kearsau. Even so, I remember your father was one of the townsfolk who prevented the peasantry from burning us alive. I am not overly inclined to assist the people of Tassing in their endeavors to catalog the origins of the abbey they destroyed. However, it was a long time ago, In the interest of posterity and Christian charity, I will tell you what I recall. Some time after the Romans left, Christians settled in the region and built Kearsau Abbey on the ruins of a fortress. The abbey was founded by a noblewoman of the Kearsau family. She was both its patron and its first abbess. Perhaps 2 centuries ago, Kearsau changed to being run by an abbot. I do not know the reason. Many other double monasteries did likewise around the same time. It may have been done out of fear of being shut down, as double monasteries were frowned upon by the Pope. Sadly, that is the extent of my knowledge. Your neighbors put any other records about the abbey to the torch. Sic arsit historia Kearsis. Thus burn the history of Kearsau. While we cannot change the past, I have heard that Sisters of the Poor Clares have formed a new chapter at the abbey. I can only hope that their love of apostolic poverty has not driven them to impoverish the shrine of St. Moritz. Assuming they have not consigned the contents of Kearsau's former occupants to a bonfire, you might find something there. It is hard to be overjoyed at the news of your neighbor's late regrets. Many of the injuries inflicted 18 years ago will never heal. Regret cannot undo what has been done, but we can all find redemption through Christ. We must pray for love and reconciliation in the days ahead. In the end, that is all that matters. Winter comes swiftly. Huguenots and Lutherans plague my homeland. Thank the Lord you still live in a land ruled by the one true church. I hope this has been of some help to you and yours. May God keep and protect them. The Most Reverend Matthew of Fasseny-Sau, Archdeacon of Sion. Another reply from Esther. Oh, Magdalene, I'm terribly sorry to hear about your father. My parents send their deepest condolences. If we can provide you anything from Prague, you need only send word. I know we are further away than it is easy to travel, but I will see that I can do Hashem allows. Father says that he remembers no one who would want to harm your father. Yet the night I was born, he remembers great strife in town. So she was the one being born by the traveling family during the night when everything went to shit. Perhaps there was old blood over depicting the night of the revolt. That is all he could suggest. We pray for you and your father every day in our offerings. Hashem will make all things right in time. He will exact justice on the culprit. I am encouraged to hear that the town council let you continue the meal at all. The guilds here would protect your right to complete a job, especially once a contract has been reached. You give the men of the council too much grace. Why should you be forced to settle for their old ways of thinking? We live in a new age. An age where art and science have come together. An age where all may be read the works of the great sages in their own language. Truly, when your father recovers, I urge you to come visit me in Prague. But I am glad you found some joy in your work on the mural. We are all well here. Elisha has been carving a new set of wood cuttings, and father has agreed to a new contract with the university. I found Simond. His family didn't move far away after all. He's planning on working as a doctor in the city once the expulsion order ends. His parents have been meeting with mother and father quite often now, so I hope that I will be sending good news in my next letter. With Hashem's help. Please inform us of your father's condition in your next letter. Be well. Esther. That's all the letters I have for now. I should head home and check on Dad. Warner was supposed to come check on Dad today. I wonder where he is. Maybe I should try to find him later. Oh, good morning, Magdalene. Good morning, Dad. Feeling any better? Your fever broke at dawn this morning. A little stronger. All things in time. Do you want anything to eat before I leave for the day? I'm working on the next section of the mural. I'm not so hungry right now. I'll be all right. Your letter from the Archdeacon, yes, that's right. What did you learn from him? He didn't have much to say. He was still upset about the Abbey's destruction. He did say the Abbey was founded by a noblewoman after the Romans left. Everything else burned in the fire. How unfortunate. I know the brothers kept careful records of the monastery, so much lost in one night. The Archdeacon did suggest the poor Clares might have held on to some of the records from the convent. Should be able to learn some more about Tassing's Christian history there. An excellent place to start, Magdalene. Sister Gertrude doesn't come out of the convent much, but I think it's worth asking her. Maybe Father Thomas knows something too. I should talk to him. If I recall correctly, the miller's wife has a long family history in Tassing. She may know something of the local history that the others have forgotten. Elsa? I thought she moved here when she married. She doesn't have any relatives in town? Not anymore. Age, illness, and marriage took the rest of her family. The Cavisos used to live all up and down this valley. Go talk to her, whom? I will. Thanks, Dad. Maybe something remained in the Abbey's ruins. I should definitely see what's left. Magdalene, you be careful. Those ruins are dangerous. I won't go far into them, Dad. Just take a look. All right, wear a scarf, too. It's getting cold out now. I can feel it in my old bones. Don't worry, Dad. I'll see you tonight, all right? All right. Good luck. Then he just sits in bed all fucking day, just staring at the wall. Sunday frogs. There was a mass release of frogs from the tabernacle on Sunday. Mass, while the whole town was in attendance. It's certain the twins had something to do with it. That's ham. Same with the mill. Let's see if we can get into the Abbey. Oh, we gotta go down. Hey, Magda. But it's still so beautiful here, Martha. One more moment. Oh, all right. Take your time. Oh, hello, Magdalene. Dad, look who it is. Good morning, Mr. Strickland. Hello, Martha. Carl, how are you today? Our usual walk around town. November hasn't grown too cold yet. Dr. Stoltz says Dad needs to keep using the leg or the pain will get worse. And I'm getting old. Not so old you can sit around at home telling stories. Huh? Listen. You listen to your daughter, Carl. Yeah, you young girls think you're my keeper, is that it? Always been your keeper, Dad. That's one that is definitely an interpretation of the laugh. No arguments from me there. Sounds like you have Martha to thank for your health. Given that the alternative is Werner, I'm glad to have something. Can't even find his ass with both hands. Dad. What? Anton would have made a better doctor than him. Ah, Anton, my poor boy. It's all right, Dad. I'm sorry, Carl. It's not your fault, Magdalene. Just a babe, then. I can't. It's my fault that he died. It's not, Dad. You know it's not. You shouldn't have been with me that night. He shouldn't have. Tells me I could do it now. I can't do a good Joker laugh. Sorry. I was a fool. Let him continue. The abbey was engulfed in flames. The heat. You wouldn't believe it. Seared the hair off my eyebrows. I was bleeding. Anton tried to drag me out of the fight. Then that god-forsaken Langschneck stepped between us. Hope he burns in hell. I can't even imagine what that was like. No problem, John. How were you during the revolt, Martha? 7 or so? I didn't understand what was happening. Someone brought Dad home in the middle of the night. It was dark, confusing. There was screaming outside. Mom and a couple of the men who brought Dad in were trying to patch up the wound, but it wouldn't stop bleeding. She kept shouting, "Where's Anton? Where's Anton?" There's blood on the floor. You cried so much you threw up. We couldn't get you to stop. I couldn't understand where Anton had gone. Dad tried to explain, but... Martha, my dear, enough of that. I'm so sorry. How'd you go on? Did I? I don't know. Some nights I think I'm there still. The abbey is always burning. My Helena passed not long after. I was left alone with Martha to care for. Wait for him to continue. I had to keep going for Martha, and somehow my daughter grew into a wonderful woman despite it all. Suppose that was all Helena's doing. Dad, if I'm any good, it's because of you. Thank you for telling me about the night, Carl, Martha. Time doesn't heal, Magdalene, but it does dull the ache. It's time we continue with the walk, Dad. Yes, dear, I'm feeling much more alive now. Be well, you two. Ooh. We sneaking into the abbey. Doctor's sister Gertrude, since she was a Benedictine nun at Kiersau before the poor Clares arrived, she would be able to tell me all about the convent's history for the mural. I can't get in the fucking abbey. God bless you, Magdalene. Hello, sister. I have a favor to ask of you. Of course, Magdalene. I'll help however I can. Fuck. I didn't want to do this. I have a book, the Historia Tasse, and I can't read it very well. Can you help me translate it? Oh, I'm afraid my Latin isn't good enough to translate something like that. Its grammar structures are far too complex. I'm sorry, Magdalene. It's all right, sister. I'll have to find another way. There's one more thing, if you don't mind. It's about the rat house mural. Oh, did you need more paint? I believe I have enough gauze stored away. No, thank you, sister. I have more than enough paint. I wanted to ask you about the history of Kiersau, actually. I'd like to include the abbey's founding and the history of tassing saints to the rat house mural. I wrote to Reverend Matthew, since he lived at the abbey, but wanted to see the place firsthand. Brother Matthew became a reverend, did he? He was always suited to such a role. But I don't suppose that's what you came up the hill for. You're curious about the saint's history, yes? Yes, I was hoping you could show me around the convent and tell me about its history. The Beauclercs don't allow outsiders within the convent, even other women. Mother Francisca wouldn't like anyone coming in for such a worldly concern. Well, that makes my job difficult. Let me finish, Magdalene Druckerin. However, Mother Francisca always welcomes those who are considering joining the order. If a young woman sincerely considers joining the convent, she may be allowed to enter and observe the sisters. Who knows what else she may discover while contemplating the holy life, eh? Ah, yes, I see. Touring the convent will take some time. Would you like to go see Mother Francisca now? I have other things to do first. Very well. Come find me if you change your mind. God bless you, Magdalene. So I can come see her, and that'll get me into the Abbey to look around. But I do want to try to find out about this book. I don't want to talk to Father Thomas about it, though. Ugh. There now. You'll freeze if you stay out here. I don't have the strength to carry him home. I have to tell someone. Maybe Baltus. They're still on friendly terms. Canazio could help. Big Jorg. He's strong. He could do it. Oh, what a mess. Yeah, we're checking out his house. What of it? Hello, Baltus. Do you have a moment? Only one, I'm afraid. What can I do for you? Came across a book about the history of Tassing, and I was hoping you could help me read it. Oh, no, not today. I'm far too busy for that at the moment. Canazio and I have our hands full preparing for the Christmas ale, you see. Of course, sorry to bother you. Not at all. Apologies, I couldn't be of more help. Hello, Magdalene. What can I do for you? We don't have a lesson planned for today, did we? No, Baltus. This is about a different matter. I found Dr. Stultz passed out drunk in the commons, sleeping in a ditch. Ah, I see. It's becoming an increasing problem, isn't it? I shall fetch Ignacio and we'll carry him home safely. Thank you for letting me know, Magdalene. So, in regards to the book, translating the Latin, Sister Gertrude, no. Baltus, no. Dr. Stultz, no. I'm not going to talk to Father Thomas. He's going to be like, I'm not in the mood for that. Then again... we can go to the mill. Let's go to the mill. That probably was. Magdalene, dear, what brings you up the hill? I wanted to ask you some questions about your family for the mural. The Muellers? I only know a little about Leonard's people, I'm afraid. And much of that I've heard from others. Leonard didn't care to talk about the past. I meant your family, the one you were born to. Your family name was Caviezel, wasn't it? Oh. Not a soul in town has asked me about my family in years. I was beginning to think my neighbors had forgotten us. Can I ask, how did you come to know my family name? Dad mentioned it. He said you were the last of your family. I am not surprised your father remembers the Caviezels. He was sweet on my sister before he met your mother. I am the last of us left now. Caviezel doesn't sound like a local name. Why wouldn't it be? I am Bavarian. It is my name, so it is a Bavarian name. No one else in town has a name like that. And shouldn't you be Caviezelin? I have always been called Caviezel, as were my sisters and mother, and her mother before her. My grandfather told me the Caviezels have lived in this area for hundreds of years. Perhaps even 1,000, though it seems impossible to imagine a time so long ago. Were they Romans? No. The Caviezels were part of the old people. The original Bavarian people. They helped to resettle Tassing after the Romans left. Built their new home right on the spot where they had been living when the Romans arrived. But that's just a story. How do you know any of it's true? I heard it from my family. Do you think they would lie? I didn't mean that. No, I think you did, but it's all right. However true it may or may not be, doesn't matter, Magda. It matters that I believe it, that it connects me to my ancestors. When I think of the ancient Caviezels driven from their land, only to find it again become Christians, they feel nearer to me. Do you understand? No, I don't. Keep your heart open to Christ, and one day you will. Thank you, Elsa. You've given me much to consider. God bless you, Magdalene, dear. Talked with Elsa about the history of her family. They're displaced from their land by the Romans and returned to the same spot. I think it may have been many families. Okay. Ulrich, Anna. God bless you, Magdalene. Hello, Anna. How are you? Oh, keeping busy. There's always plenty to do around the house. How's the mule coming? Paul mentioned your progress is quite impressive. I'm making steady progress. I think I'll be finished just before the new year. Oh, how wonderful. I'll have to bring Andreas and Ulrich by sometime to see your progress. We won't get in your way, of course. I'm sure they'd love to learn about the process. You're all more than welcome, but watch your step. There's plaster everywhere. I've just mixed a new batch to keep the wall moist. It's hard to maintain the right texture when it's so cold out. Oh, I can imagine. I had a similar problem when I helped my mother in the bakery. Rolling dough in winter was such trouble. I had to throw out so many batches that wouldn't rise. Your discipline is admirable, Magdalene. You know, I was a real rascal back in the day. Skipped on working with my parents more times than I could count. So it wasn't Big Jorg who was a troublemaker? Oh no, Jorg has always been more hard-working than me. I was a thief and a scoundrel. It started with cakes from my mother's table, still hot from the oven. Soon it was silverware, mugs, trinkets I found around town. Ulrich's little hat once even belonged to Andreas Mahler, your father's friend. I stole it from his head. Of course, stealing is against the commandments, the Lord's commandments. So my father would make me return everything if I hadn't eaten it already and march me to church to pray. Father Thomas grew accustomed to seeing me more often than Sunday mornings. What changed? I grew out of the habit over time. I think I started to see why my parents had such a devotion to the Lord. Stealing was my way of acting out. But when the troubles started in town, I realized that my thieving wasn't doing any good. I decided I'd rather honor my father and mother, as God commands. It gives me grace with Andreas and Ulrich on the hard days, and with the rest of the town, too. I think everyone can learn from your example, Anna. Hopefully from my present one, rather than my past one. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I'm sure you have plenty of mural work to do. I'll see you later, Anna. God bless you, Magdalene. Magdalene. Hello, Ulrich. Hello. What are you doing? Watching. Very well. Keep up the good work. Work. Ha ha. Just like Mom. I will work now. I think that kid's got a learning disability. We're not going to talk about it, though. Our last bet is Father Thomas. Let's fucking go talk to Father Thomas. Here as long as I can remember. Oh, is that right, Tanner? I'm glad that it's entertaining for you. God bless you, Magdalene. God bless you, Father Thomas. Do you have a moment? Of course. What can I help you with? I wanted to ask you about Tassing's saints. I'd like to represent them in the Rat House. I'm thrilled to hear it. The saints will make a wonderful centerpiece for the mural. No, not as centerpiece, simply as part of the history. Of course. I consider our saints to be central to Tassing's history. Kearsarge's too. But you know, there is one saint you're overlooking. Contemplate. Why, the Blessed Virgin, of course, Mary. Many people forget that Mary is the greatest saint. And she visited one of the peasants here in Tassing centuries ago. What, really? It's true. Centuries ago, a farmer in the fields behind us had 3 visions of Mary. In the first, she told him she wanted him to tell the Bishop of Freising that she had appeared. The peasant traveled down to Freising, but the bishop would not see or hear him. That seems like a reasonable response, all things considered. Perhaps. But blessed are those who believe, but have not seen. But sadly, the bishop did not believe. The peasant returned to Tassing and had another vision in the field. The Virgin showed him a pattern, a labyrinth. She told him to draw it on a sheet of birch bark and bring the drawing to the Bishop of Freising. Keep listening. The bishop attempted to turn the peasant away, but he could see the drawing of the labyrinth in his hands. It was the same mirage, same image that the bishop had seen in a dream 3 nights earlier. He met with the peasant, who told him of the 2 apparitions he had seen here in Tassing. The bishop was moved by the peasant's story, and he came here to Tassing. Keep listening. And when the bishop came, Mary appeared to both of them. She told the farmer that the town needed to build this church. She told the bishop to support the town. And so the bishop helped fund the creation of this church. The people of Tassing have been using it ever since. You're not from Tassing. How'd you hear the story? True, I am not. The people told me when I came. And the former priest told them when they were children, and so on. The priest and the flock have shared the responsibility of passing on the story over the centuries. Thank you for the story, Father Thomas. Have I convinced you to include the saints prominently in the mural? I am still considering it. Well, if deliberation fails you, perhaps you'll find that prayer gives you greater clarity. God bless you in your work, Magdalene. God bless you, Father Thomas. Hello, Father Thomas. Can you spare a moment? Yes, of course, Magdalene. What is it? I found this book, but I can't read the Latin very well. Could you help me translate it? The whole book? Oh dear. I can't afford that much time away from my duties right now. The Christmas sermon is coming up, and I've already fallen behind on Advent preparations. Could the matter wait, perhaps? I'd be happy to look at it over the festivities. Of course, Father. Thank you, Magdalene. So no one wants to read the goddamn book. Because all I have left is to go and pretend. Go and pretend. I am going to step away, use the bathroom, get some water. I shall be back momentarily. Get your stretching in, relax. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back. I literally just stepped away for a moment. For a moment. And John perched, just staring and waiting. This man. John. Mr. I gotta do some stuff, so I'm just gonna be in the background. I'm gonna lurk. Yep. Never trusting that person. Thank you for your 10 gifted subs. I did not, Scouter. They were not necessary, but you're doing stuff. You can multitask, you son of a bitch. Thank you. They were not necessary, but they are appreciated. Bloody hell. All right. Let's get back to it. We're going to go pretend to be subjecting ourselves. Got myself some snacks. Hopefully you guys have some snacks as well. Would you like to go inside and meet with Mother Francisca now? Yes, let's go. Mother Francisca, I'd like to introduce Magdalene Druckerin. The printer's daughter, yes. God bless you, Magdalene. Father Thomas told us of your father's condition. We pray for his recovery daily. Oh, thank you, Abbess. Such is our duty to serve the Lord and the community that provides for us. Now, what is this about? Sister Gertrude, you know our holy rules. Why bring young Mistress Druckerin to me? Forgive me, Mother. Magdalene is searching for a place in the world and is contemplating the holy life. I thought observing the sisters might aid her in her spiritual search. She was encouraged by the idea. Right, yes. Ah, so you've decided to consider my offer after all. If God is calling you to the convent, I am more than willing to help you fulfill that divine cause. What brought this change on? Why are you interested in joining the Poor Clares? I'm worried that helping my father, running the shop alone, and finishing the mural are too much for me. Magdalene, you should not abdicate your worldly duties for fear of the unknown. However, I agree that working a printing shop and painting are not suitable duties for a woman. Thank God you have turned to us for help. It is no wonder you have felt overburdened by all of this. Please come. I am happy to tell you more of our order. Our small convent used to be part of the larger Kirsau double monastery, as I'm sure you've been told by Sister Gertrude. However, the Poor Clares live far differently than the Benedictines that once lived here. We believe that it is not ours to produce, and live solely on the alms of the community of Tassing as they see fit to give. Likewise, none of the sisters here own any personal property. We share this convent as a gift from the church. We believe that the Lord called us into a life of poverty and service. Does such a life appeal to you, Magdalene? I'm not entirely certain yet. I'd like to explore and look around, get a feel for the place. Magdalene, you must not have understood me. We have deliberately closed ourselves off from the world. I won't have a laywoman bothering the sisters from their duties or disturbing our rule. However, I will allow Sister Suzanne to show you our duties. Please take your time. When you have finished, please come find me and we will discuss your decision to join. Finally, I thought she'd never finish. What? Truthfully, I'm not here to join the convent. I'm looking for references for a mural I'm painting in the rat house. Well, I'm going to take a look around. Where are we going first? Um, the convent has many parts. The kitchen, the aquarium, the chapter house, the yard, and the old workshop. But no one uses that old shit anymore. I'll leave it to you to decide where to go first. Visiting the Poor Clares. Here's an aquarium. Most of the Abbey's visitors come in here but aren't allowed to enter. We aren't allowed to go into the outside world either, like Mother Francisca said. Isolation is part of our vows. Sister Gertrude once told me the old Benedictine sisters used to go out into town sometimes, even talk to men on occasion. And I'm stuck here, staring at these walls for the rest of my life. It doesn't seem like Sister Suzanne thinks much of her life here. Must seem like a boring life to her. Even so, she doesn't seem to have the passion that Sister Gertrude and the others have. I can encourage her to leave. Better to leave while she has a future ahead of her. After all, there are plenty of young men in Bavaria who would make good husbands. Still, there may be some reason she chose to stay. I don't want to overstep my bounds. You didn't always want to be a poor Clare, sister? Ah, no, who would want to be a nun? My father promised me to the church as a baby, some oath he swore when my mother struggled in her pregnancy. So there I was, dropped into the poor Clares the summer I turned 17. I'm so sorry. No one should be forced into a life they don't want. We daughters are born to bear our family's legacy. Between our legs or on our backs, it doesn't matter. My family is devoted to the church. I've only been in the convent for 2 years, but I'm trying my best. I don't mind the prayers of the hours, and I'm sure of my devotion to the Lord, but this isn't what I wanted. But since when did a woman ever get what she wanted without being punished? Eve couldn't even manage it. I understand. I have more autonomy to go where I want, but I'm still bound by the expectations of marriage and homemaking. I remember the days of running around town. Wish you could have gotten married. I wanted to be a mother. Sometimes I get jealous of Sister Gertrude and even Sister Marguerite. At least they got to see something of the outside world before they were here. Before they were 20. If you could do anything else, what would it be? I would have liked to go to one of the big cities, at least once. I would have been happy just to be a shopkeeper's wife. Thanks for listening, Magdalene. Anyway, let me show you the rest of the cloister. Lead on. This is the kitchen. There's not anything that's interesting here. Sister Marie and Sister Isabel take care of most of the kitchen duties, but everyone pitches in when needed. It's colder today. There's not much in the yard that could help you, I think. Anything that was here has long been covered in weeds. All I know about this place is that the walls were added when the convent was built onto the monastery. Oh, God bless you, Sister Benedicta. Sister Suzanne, God bless you. Ugh, this ice is hard. Do I recognize you, Sister Benedicta? I think I've seen you in town once or twice. Yes, you'd have seen her. Sister Benedicta is the youngest of the sisters. Mother Francisca allows only one sister to deal with the townsfolk. Benedicta received this privilege. Burden, more like. I have to run around everywhere, gathering all the food and doing all the chores. I'd rather be inside where it's warm. What are you doing up in the convent anyway? Mother Francisca said I could look around. Oh, well, don't let me get in the way then. Actually, Sister Benedicta, I wanted to ask you some questions. Do you like being a nun? Oh, yes, I don't mind it at all. It's far quieter than home, and I don't have to share my bed with my siblings anymore. I like to help the older sisters, and I don't mind the chores, except when it's cold like this. One more question, Sister Benedicta. Have you seen any mysterious figures or ghosts lately? Ghosts? No, everything has been normal recently. I haven't noticed anything odd. Is this about Sister Marie's ghost? I think it's Mauritius myself. Oh, no. Who? Mauritius. Don't tell Mother Francisca this, but I found an old book about Christian legends hidden in the workshop. It said that a Roman commander named Mauritius conquered Tassing, but the colony failed. Most of the town was empty until Christian refugees found the town hidden in the valley. It was a miracle. Christian refugees? Yes, the book said they were fleeing Roman persecution. Maybe under Nero? I don't remember. Anyway, when Sister Marie said she saw a ghost, I thought it must be Mauritarius, trying to get us out. A Roman ghost couldn't be happy about his tower being turned into an abbey, could he? What'd you do with this book, Sister? Oh, well, I had it with me in the kitchen one day, and I accidentally laid the fire poker on it. Oh my God, it must be completely destroyed. I tried to fix it, but it's unreadable now. Sorry, Magdalene. I suppose it's better the book got some use before it was lost forever. Besides, that story gives me ideas for the Rat House mural. Thanks for telling me about the book, Sister. I won't tell Mother Francisca. God bless you, Sister. Thanks, Magdalene. God bless you. The workshop is covered in dust. Yes, this was the Benedictine Sisters' workshop. They used to make badges and art for pilgrims coming to see the hand of St. Moritz. Looks like everything was just left here after the fire. Nothing's been used in years. We can't subsist or painting, and the poor Clares don't produce goods for sale, so we have no reason to be here. But art allows us to find beauty in life. Even Christ said the Father clothed the lilies of the field in beauty. I agree, but that's not the rule of the poor Clares. Mother Francisca considers art a temptation into hedonism. Mother Francisca doesn't let us come in here unless to put something in storage. I've come in a few times and noticed some of the brushes have gone missing. Paint pots, too. You think one of the sisters is secretly painting? Oh, Lord, no. We all live too close together in the convent for something like that to go unnoticed. In any case, I think it's sad the workshop is left like this. Truthfully, Magdalene, I don't think you should join the convent, even if that's not what you're here to do anyway. Gertrude talks about you. You seem to love your art. Without it, you'd hate it here. Valuable paint left to dry and crack on the pallets. Old parchment scrap here. It's different from the others. Looks like a scrap from a manuscript. There's something written in Latin in the margin. The Mithraeum of Tassing has been destroyed by a flood. Mithraeum. That's the same word I saw in the Roman section of the mine. This might be from the book Sister Benedicta found. I wonder why it would mention the Mithraeum. I don't know. It's not a word I've ever heard before. There's certainly nothing in the comment by that name. Well, the note says the Mithraeum was destroyed, so I suppose it doesn't matter much now. Old badgers are beautiful. I hope the pilgrims who brought them love them too. Hey Kodak, how are you? I hope you are well. Going to enjoy a piece of dried pineapple. You're tired as fuck. I am doing all right. Doing all right. A little tired, but I'll make do. You know how it is, right? This is the chapel where we all gather for Mass and liturgy. It's the oldest part of the convent, and the most drafty. Hello again, Sister Gertrude. The sisters have done some minor retouches over the years, but it's represented the Abbey from its earliest days. Just finished 13 days of work and a huge party last night. You're wrecked? Jesus. I'd be wrecked. Better be getting your rest. If not sleep, at least relaxation. Good. Good. Well, there's the tower and the library. The cloister is being constructed here. Yes, the tower was a Bergfried long before the structure became a monastery. The duchy gifted it to the Benedictine order after the Holy Roman Empire grew. They had no use for it as a keep. These walls have protected Tassing from attacks of spirit and steel for generations. There's Latin here, too. God called Lady Sabine to lead our sisters and brothers in 1261. Lord Kirsau's castle was destroyed by fire in the year of the death of Emperor Frederick II. Only the tower remained. Well done, Magdalene. Yes, the first lists the Abbey's founding date. The Lady Kirsau was actually the one to suggest the old castle be turned into a double monastery. We added the second shortly after the revolt. Mother Illuminatus thought it would be fitting. Even if the sisters were not here, some record of what occurred would remain. Kirsau is unique. A double monastery with 2 saints, one male and one female, to guard the town and abbey. So the foundation of the abbey was even older than the Holy Roman Empire. Many things have been built and torn down in this land over generations. Who knows what else used to be here? You were right, sister. This mural will be a great reference for the rat house. I'm glad to have helped. God bless you, Magdalene. I think I've gone through everything. Welcome back, John. So I'm up here, and they, all right. You're worried for a while they're going to force me into joining? Nah. We're Gucci. I'm just trying to figure out how the fuck to get out of here. Yeah, we're just in the chapel. There's only like 4 places to go. I can't get out of here. They've got me trapped, you're right. Where the hell is the exit? Here's how we get out. The aquarium takes me out to the convent garden. Aquarium. I guess I have to talk to more people. Yeah. God bless you, Magdalene. God bless you, sister. How goes the cooking? As well as the Lord wills it. My old fingers fumble from time to time, but it is my privilege to prepare supper for the other sisters. It's very noble of you. Just as God gave Paul a thorn in his side, so too did he give me the pains of age to strengthen my faith. Such things are a blessing when compared to the pains Christ carried upon the cross. But didn't Christ die so that we don't have to suffer unnecessarily? In the next life, yes. But even Christ said we would face hardships while we live on this earth. I have chosen to find meaning and devotion to the Lord through my hardship. Thank you for sharing your perspective with me, sister. You are most welcome, child. God bless you. God bless you, child. Are you delivering something? No, sister, I'm learning more about the convent's history so I can finish a mural in town. Oh, I see. This kitchen has been used for decades. Longer than I've been alive, to be sure. I enjoy preparing meals for the sisters that nourish us, but I can never bring myself to butcher the animals. Sister Yisbeau, the Sabo, has graciously taken on that task for me. We need sustenance, but I feel butchering any animal is wrong according to the rule of St. Francis. To cause suffering to any living creature is unnecessary and evil. Even if God granted Adam and Eve dominion over the animals. The kitchen seems fairly simple. Is there anything here from the convent's founding days? No more than the structure itself, I'm afraid. Cookware needs replacing over the years. Though some nights a ghost appears to me by the cook fire, a lost spirit trapped between heaven and hell. Sister Marie, not this again. Not to Magdalene, please. What made you think you saw a spirit? The figure rose up through the very ground we stand on at vigils, not a fortnight ago. Dawn and dusk are the hours when the boundaries between this world and the spiritual world are weakest. We may be the newest arrivals here, but this convent is very old. Perhaps there was something Roman underneath this foundation centuries before. The spirit may seek to know the presence of God now that it rests on holy ground. A spirit in Kirsau? Why would it come to the convent, though? It breaks my heart to think the spirit was crying out for help, trapped beyond heaven's reach. Why don't we keep going, Magdalene? It's better not to get Sister Marie too upset. Of course. God bless you, sister. God bless you, child. Well, you've seen the entire convent. There's not much here. What do you think of it? I can see why people choose the holy life, but it's not for me. Not without art. I understand. You've dedicated your whole life to your work. You'd struggle to give that up now. It's been so long since I've spoken to anyone from outside the convent. I'm reminded of the life I once had. Now you have me thinking about whether or not I should remain with the sisters. I think you should go. Your family just left you here. You don't owe the sisters anything. I do, though. The sisters have taken care of me. They love me, and I love them. Even if this life wasn't my choice, they accepted me. Who knows? Maybe it will get better in time. Maybe. I'll try to help any way I can, even if it's just sneaking around the convent wall to say hello. Really? That'd be wonderful. So long as no one found out. Anyway, we should return to Mother Francisca before she suspects something. I learned a lot today. Thank you for showing me around the convent. No, thank you, Magdalene. Today's been more interesting than any I can remember in the Abbey. Come, let's find Mother Francisca. She'll be wanting to hear that you thought of the place. Well, Magdalene, what is your assessment of poor Claire's? Is the good Lord calling you to a life with us as a sister? I think I prefer my books and printing. In any case, I need to finish the mural, then I might take over for my father. I see. Be careful that this mural does not become an idol for you, Magdalene. Just as Eve had a weaker will than Adam, you are liable to stumble on the fruit of temptation as well. Our community is quite modest compared to the splendor of an old Benedictine house operating under the rule of a powerful abbot. I see why fewer women are drawn to the order these days. Joining this game, yeah, the game just ends. Game over. You've given up. Thank you for allowing me inside. You're most welcome, Magdalene. God bless you. Oh, Magdalene, how'd your little expedition go? Well, I learned about the Poor Clares, but not as much about the history of the Abbey as I wanted. But sister, there's something I don't understand. The Abbey was so prosperous. Why didn't the monks rebuild it after the fire? What a task that would be. The chapel was beautiful. The stained glass always caught my eye in the mornings. There was a great deal of anger and sadness in Tassing that night. The abbot felt the brothers and sisters here no longer welcome in Tassing and moved on. In truth, the abbey's dissolution was inevitable. Kirsau was running out of money and patrons. The riot and fire was simply a particularly awful and painful way to end the monastery. Did anything survive the fire? Some of the buildings are intact, but all are terribly overgrown. I haven't dared forage in the rubble. I doubt you'd find anything of help for your meal inside other than charred wood and parchment. It might still be worth taking a look if I'm careful. I worry after you sometimes, Magdalene. I really do. Thank you for all your help, Sister Gertrude. You are most welcome, Magdalene. God bless you. It's not gonna let me in there, motherfuckers. Well, that was, I don't know. I did learn more about the founding of Kirsau. Cause of the fire remains unsolved, does it? No, the cause of the fire happened during the game. Had the shootout at the mill. Andreas said Brother Guy was the one that killed Otto. Brother Guy ran to the mill, the windmill. And the owner of the mill stood on the balcony with a gun. When Otto died, Peter took over as the rabble-rouser of the group. And they ran to confront, they wanted Brother Guy out, and Leinert, whatever his name was, had his rifle out, and he said, everyone just gets the fuck away. And there was a lot of shit-talking back and forth, and then Leinert fired at Peter, missed him, and killed a dude named Ulrich. Then the crowd got really angry and set the mill to flame, presumably killing Leinert and Brother Guy on the inside. Peter had made a deal that as long as they got the culprit, the rest of the brothers could go. Andreas runs to the abbey, goes to the library where all the other brothers are, tells them they can get out. Brother Guy was the one that did it. He was captured. You are now free. Everyone starts leaving the library when the rest of the townsfolk show up to the abbot and the abbey. And they have a discussion, and then Peter walks up slowly, goes inside the library through the front door, and then as he walks out, everything starts turning red behind him, presuming that Peter, in his distraught state, threw some torches in the library, and everything started going up. Everyone started to flee, except for Andreas, who ran in to try to get some books. And Klaus, her father, the printer, was there, trying to, with Magda right here, trying to talk Andreas out of it. Andreas grabbed a handful of books, brought them out, dumped them, and went back in. And then the flames got too big. Everyone left. It cut to a scene in the inner courtyard of the abbey where both the townsfolk and the brothers were all in various states of distress because the actual soldiers had shown up. And then it panned back beyond to look at the whole abbey. And in that tower, in the windows in the tower, you could see Andreas. And he perished in the fire along with I don't know who else. So now we know who set the fire. Yes. Kinda, yeah. My God, this is amazing. I wonder what it must have looked like before the fire. Everything collapsed. Let's be careful climbing over this rubble to get past. Oh shit. I can't get back up there. If I climb, it might collapse further. I'll have to find another way out. There's nothing left of the old staircase. Guess I can't go this way. These vines go all the way to the top, though. They look sturdy enough to hold my weight. There's no other way out. It's a hell of a climb right there. I can see all of Tassing from here. I wonder if I can piece together the foundations of the Abbey and find a way to get to the library. Bet I can get down this way. The roof looks pretty stable. Oh, God. Remember when the library burned down? Dad told me I was just a baby, but I remember the flames coming out of the windows. So many people were screaming and running around, I cried myself to sleep that night. I haven't seen this place since then. Doesn't look like there's anything left inside. I suppose it was too much to hope for. Well, Magdalene, how are you going to get out of here? These roses seem to have made the Abbey their home. I'm glad something beautiful is still growing here. Path down is gone. Alright. How sad. Thanks, Gutter. Oh, an old mural. It's warm, but I can still see some of the figures. Dance of Death? looks new. These figures look new. The paint can't be more than a few years old. Someone's been adding to this. This feels wrong. Who would add new figures to the Dance of Death, and why? These are like people from the town, from here. People who died. That must be the Baron. That's Otto. Wait, is that... Someone's here. Hello? Who are you? I think I've learned all I can from the ruins of the Abbey. It's so sad seeing it like this. The paintings over the Dance of Death, I'm not sure what to make of them. I think they're supposed to be people who died around the time of the revolt. Who would do such a thing? Were they made by the person who's following me? It's the same person who was at the mine. The person who attacked my dad. Yeah. Is that Father Gurneau with the devil, with the goat, because he was worshipping the devil? Who's this over here? This weird dude on the ground with what, a saw? Another scribe. Dying in the fire. Is that supposed to be Andreas? I don't know. The door. Everyone's watching must have opened it. I don't like this. I think I've seen everything left of the Abbey. I want to get out of here. When did it start snowing? I should get back to the rat house and get to work. Thought we were going to get into the crypt and then to the library from the crypt. But I guess we're not. On the mural. Magdalene. Dr. Stoltz. So you're doing quick work with the mural, eh? Hope that doesn't make you sloppy. Well, I've rigged the scaffolding sheets so that enough airflow can flow through. That way the layers dry quickly. Ah, yes. How very clever of you. In any case, the council wants to hear what you're doing. Been researching the early Christian history of Tassing after the Romans left. Learning how people settled in the ruins, how the abbey was founded, why our saints are so important to us. There's a lot to take in, but I've settled on my subject. And Receiving the Christian settlers. The Paint Lady Kearsall founding the Abbey. Settling among the Roman ruins, starting the Christian history of Tassing. Thoughts? I'm thinking the bottom one or the middle one. Yeah. You may find that ignoring the saints in favor of such a mundane portrayal of events is unwelcome. Even so, I suppose it is an important step in the history of Tassing. Remember, the mural isn't for your benefit, but to make Tassing look good. I remember. Very well. After this section, there's still so much work to do. Haven't even figured out how I'm going to portray the revolt. Ah, yes. Imagine it poses difficulties that the other murals do not. It's a strange thing to tell a story that still lives in the hearts of so many people. I don't think anyone wants to talk about it. They all just locked it away. Sounds like you have your work cut out for you. I'll leave you to it then. Oh, Dr. Stolz? Yes. Have you ever seen someone lurking around the Abbey? Or heard about it? I haven't been up to the Abbey in years, and no, I haven't heard of anything like that. Why? I've seen someone following me. A few times. No, I don't know anything about it. Now, if there's nothing else. Asshole. No, good night, Dr. Stolz. Good night, Magdalene. Now I only have the final part of the mural to finish. How should I paint the revolt? Dad always talked about how the Archdeacon was the only one seeking justice in those days. But what was his name? The only name I can remember is the name of the Archdeacon who came to Tassing when that Baron was killed. Jacob Essler. Maybe he wrote an account of the revolt as an Archdeacon. I'll write to him and ask. And of course, I need to write back to Esther too. I'll write to them tonight before bed. I don't know. There's the thread puller from 40 years ago now. Could be the same person, but by now they'd be much older. I don't know who would have been Andreas. You're saying he survived? He lives as a burned hunchback now? I don't know. It would very much be unexpected. I'll give him that. I feel like there are so many loose ends. I don't even know where to begin. I'm just like writing along with this activity, right? Write to the Archdeacon Jacob Essler and see if he can tell me about the revolt. I'll write a letter to Esther too. I hope the courier can make it through the passage before winter. So many loose ends, and I'd have to imagine we're nearing the end, so not sure how they could possibly wrap this up. Agreed. I'm fairly certain we're nearing the end. I don't know what they're going to do. Been lurking because you're gaming with Discord friend. How's the game going? Game's going good, David. Thank you for asking. We're getting close to the end of this, with as many questions as answers. Jacob Essler, formerly Archdeacon of Freising. My name is Magdalene Druckeren. I am an artist in the town of Tassing in Upper Bavaria. I believe you passed through our community when you investigated Baron Rothvogel's murder at Kersau Abbey in 1518. Do you remember anything about that case that the people in Tassing might not remember? 1518. What year are we now? Remember 1518. There'll be a quiz. I mean, literally just one question. But someone writing notes to provoke the killer. Anyone else? Some larger conspiracy. In particular, do you remember anything about someone writing notes to provoke the killer? More have appeared in Tassing in subsequent years, seemingly harbingers of death. Thank you for any help you can give. Magdalene Druckeren. Dearest Esther, I hope you are well. You must know how tremendously happy I am for you and Simond. And Alicia, too, of course, and your parents. It warms my heart to know that your family is doing so well. By the time this letter reaches you, I expect winter will have unfolded Tassing. It's already freezing at night, so I've reorganized the workshop so that the inks don't deteriorate. Do you have to worry about that in Prague? You've said it snows, but I always imagined it was warmer in winter. Dad's condition is so much worse and he's in so much pain. Dr. Stolz has been, well, he's a useless asshole. Only God knows why he's such a bitter old man, but he's neglected Dad almost entirely. Some days he doesn't show up. Even if he does, he just snaps instructions at me and rushes off. I just wish I understood why. Don't worry about Dad. I've asked Agnes for help, but there's only so much we can do alone. He's not going to make it, and there's nothing I can do. Christ, I'm scared, Esther. The mural is progressing well, but I can't shake the feeling that someone is following me. I keep seeing this figure around town. After I explored the mines to see Tassing's early history, and then again in the Abbey ruins. No one else in Tassing has seen anything, but some of the nuns say they've seen ghosts. If it's the person who attacked my dad, why are they following me? It's the strangest thing. Given me a fright a few times already. But I don't mean to worry you. Nothing's happened to me yet, so I think I'll be safe. The only good news I can share at the moment is that the mural is almost finished. I should have it completed by Christmas or soon after, before the new year at least. And perhaps at long last I shall be able to visit you and meet this Simond. Anyway, I fear that this will be my last letter of the year. The Reichspost has already been late and reported worsening snows through the passes. We seem to be stepping into a harsh winter. Stay warm and give my regards to your family and Simond. Yours always, Magda. How did this get here? Stop. This is just like the note Dad found. Who's doing this? I feel like I'm going to find out sooner or later. I need to ask Dad about this. It can't be a coincidence. He's been so weak. I don't want to upset him. Just need to wait for the right time. I hope there is a right time. I'll go check on him anyway. Hello, Magdalene. All right. Let's go sleep on top of the covers again. Two weeks. All right. Mr. Strucker, only one letter for you today. The pass is nigh impossible to traverse, and the heavy snow is hard on the horse and me. Anyway, happy Advent, my dear. Thank you. Same to you. She slept for 2 weeks, John. Ah, a reply from Jacob Essler. Mistress Druckerin, I do recall the Rothvogel case, though it has been over a decade since I have served as an archdeacon. I am no longer associated with the office of the Prince Bishop. In fact, I am no longer associated with the Catholic Church. If you do not mind conversing with a Lutheran, I will tell you what I remember. The notes you mentioned do stir something in my memory. Like I can see her breath. One of the men I questioned at Kearsau was an artist from Nuremberg, Andreas Mahler. He mentioned finding notes written in a fine hand, inciting individuals to violence against the Baron. While the scope of my investigation was too narrow to look into the matter, it did concern me. Finding more notes now, after so many years, must mean that the author is still active. If this is the case, a serpent has lain coiled in the bosom of your community for decades. It may lay there still. What causes this serpent to awaken every few years to stage a new killing? I fear that finding the answer to that question may draw you into its reach. However, if you are determined to find the source of the trouble, I believe you must inquire with your neighbors. I urge caution in your investigation into this matter. If the serpent merely sleeps, it may be dangerous to poke into its old resting places. Hope this has been of some help to you. May God bless and keep you safe. Jacob Essler. No reply from Essler this time. Must have been delayed due to the heavy snow. Postman said I won't receive any more letters until spring. Better get back to the rat house then. Still more work to be done. I don't know, John. Fast forward 21 days. Yep. Good morning, Dad. I finally caught up on the mural and now I can start the final part today. I promise I'll get it done. Magdalene, I'm proud of you. Thanks, Dad. I'm sorry Dr. Stoltz said you can't come to the festivities tonight. I know how much you love the Perchtenlauf. There's always next year. Right. How are you feeling? Dr. Stoltz said he would come by again today. I'm fine. I'm fine. Maybe I should stay home with you today. No, Magdalene. If you want to work, you should work. It's all right. In fact, my spirits are lifted today. It's Christmas Eve, after all. Of course. What's wrong? Dad, I found a note. Back in November. A note? What do you mean? It was like a note I found in your plans for the murals. Just a scrap of parchment. It looked like it came out of an old manuscript. Elaborate writing, purple ink. It just said, stop. Do you know where they came from? Who wrote them? Magdalene, Oh God, that must be Otts. He said he'd drop by with more firewood. If you know something, I'd like you to tell me, alright? I know, I will. Can we talk about it later? You're on death's door. Dad, I'll tell you, I promise. He won't tell. Alright, I'll be back later. Good, take care of yourself out there. This motherfucker's gonna be dead. And we're not gonna get that answer. Classic trope. Oh yeah. 1543. 25 years. Yeah, 25 years. So we fast forward 25 years in time. Morning, Magdalene. Morning, Arch. Cold out, isn't it? Freezing. Makes me envy Nico, able to stay inside all day. Even Endros has his forge to keep him warm. Anyway, here, I brought some firewood for you and your dad. Thank you, Arch. You're welcome. So, how's your dad? You think he can join everyone for Christmas Mass? I think he'll stay in bed tonight. I'll do my best to be there. I need to keep working on the mural, though. I'm working on the final section. About the Peasants' Revolt, right? It feels weird to talk about. It affected Tassing so much, but we were just kids. Can't remember what happened. Since I was just a baby. I never even knew my dad. That's what makes it so difficult. I get some water. I need to ask those who were already adults that night, but I don't want to touch raw nerves. What if you spoke to people while everyone was preparing for the Christmas festivities? Clara sometimes talks about that night. Mom, too. You might be able to ask them. Woselov and Matilda are the only two Benedictines left living in Tassing. Maybe they'll talk to me. Oh, I didn't think of that. Still, the mural is for Tassing, not the old abbey. Agnes has always been in Tassing, right? I'd go to her if I were you. Dad said she helped bury everyone who died that night. Wonder if she'd talk about it. It's your project, Magdalene. Might be worth a try. Wrote to the old archdeacon about it, too. He thinks that the Baron's murder and Otto's death are connected to the revolt. The who? It doesn't matter. What if all the deaths in Tassing are connected? I don't see how that old Baron has anything to do with the revolt. Feeling all right? I think you're looking for connections that aren't there. Maybe this mural project is getting to you. Maybe you're right. I just can't shake the feeling someone is following me. You're acting weird. I'll figure it out somehow. Thanks for the wood. See you later, Mags. Lots is right. I should start talking to people around town. Where to get started if I want to talk to everyone before the Perktinoff? Germanic folk ritual celebrated around Christmas time in which townsfolk dress as Perkton and drive evil spirits from the town to protect it in the new year. Okay. Guess we're going around talking to motherfuckers. Let's head straight west. Talk to the midwife. Oh god, I took the road lower. Right? Yeah. Magdalene Trucker, and didn't expect to see you today. How's your father? He's not well, honestly. Oh no, I'm so sorry. He'll be in our prayers tonight. Ours as well. Now then, is there something we can help you with, dear? I have a small favor to ask. Oh, go on then, spit it out. If it isn't too much trouble, I'd like you all to recount what you remember of the revolt. I'm nearly done with my mural, but I need more details. I was so young I don't remember much of that night. Oh, for that project of yours in the rat house. I'm afraid I won't have much good to say about the matter, but all right. Come, sit down, Magdalene. Don't worry about helping with the wreaths. It took me years to get the technique up to Mom's expectations, so you're better off not helping. Bah, you always did fine, Brigitte. So, Magdalene, what do you need to know to finish the mural? I was hoping to ask you more about the revolt. All I can remember was the flames when the abbey burned. What part of the revolt? The abbot starving us out of house and home? Otto's murder? I doubt that would be a good painting. It seems like the abbot at Kearsau wasn't on very good terms with Tassing. Everyone but that fucking Miller hated him, with good reason. He only ever cared for how many pfennigs he could get from us. Brigitte, don't forget to twist the ends in. I can't have it looking like a Christmas hedgehog. I'm getting there, Mom. I've looked after Martin and Kraft well enough, haven't I? I can manage this. Yes, well, after your father died, I've got no one left to nag besides you and that husband of yours. Thank God I have both of you, as a matter of fact. Let an old woman have her vices. The Gertner house was a bit sad. Jorg always gets quiet this time of year. Whatever for? Reckon because that family's been hard-pressed since Pecht. Peter died. Tassing's lost a good number of folk over the years, and feast days and celebrations make it harder to bear. You mean in the revolt, right? The revolt, the murders, that fool Andreas had to meddle in everything. Didn't do too much good, if you ask me. Dad said that Master Mahler had made some mistakes, but that he was seeking justice for everyone in town. I think your father is right in that, and yet he'd already meddled enough in Tassing after the Baron's murder that he held more sway than he knew. Could understand if the first time he wanted to save that old monk. I dare say he saw him as a father. And it was proven the prior was a witch, so I suppose he did some good for Tassing then. I think Wolfslav might be the only person left in Tassing who remembers the old prior. Humph. That's when the trouble started, I say. The townsfolk saw a monk killed, and the abbot was incensed. Then came the revolt, and Andreas Mahler happened to show up nearly the day of Otto's murder. Did the revolt accomplish anything? Didn't stand with the peasants as long as they should have. I always heard that night was a slaughter. Why didn't anyone stop the peasants? They were in a riot, burning down the abbey. What more could anyone do? A shame it had happened at all, I think. I knew the revolt was a bad idea from the start. Old Wolfslop would be the only one to know what happened inside the church now, before the fire. Some like to say things were always this bad, that violence was the only way, but it wasn't. Life got worse over the years. It wasn't like this when I was a child, not in my grandparents' time either. Sure, the abbot was pinching the townfolk and the peasants were suffering, but to go against the church? But like you said, things weren't always so bad. We fought to make things right. But things got better in the end, right? Even if so many people died? What kind of good comes from violence? I've never seen Peter so angry. That soldier even warned Peter, but nothing would stop him besides steel. So, nothing got better? At all? No, not as I see it. The Lord is just as severe as the abbot was, and threatens force at every turn. That's life. You can struggle and die to accomplish something, and nothing changes. Yeah, the dead are luckier. They died believing they changed something. We're stuck with the harsh reality. This is all you've known, Magdalena. We've grown used to it. We all have. Thank you for sharing your story with me. It's important to share our suffering with the younger generations. Maybe they can change something. Good luck on the mural, Magdalene. Good luck. Interesting. Alright. Where's Wolfstop at? Is he down on the farm? Let's go see. Who's he gonna talk to here? Hello, Magdalene. I would have thought you'd be working on the mill today. What brings you here? I would like to sit with you and ask how you remember the rebellion so that I can paint it, if that's all right. Ah, that was a sad time. If it will help you memorialize those we lost in the revolt, yes, I'll answer a few questions. I don't mind. I was a little older than you, so I probably remember more, Magdalene. Of course, Magdalene. We'll tell you all you want to know. I've been looking forward to seeing the mule for some months. Come now, sit with us. Now that you're all settled, what did you want to know? Did the revolt have anything to do with the other murder that happened in Tassing? Oh, the murder of the Baron, you mean? No, not really. I only remember that Andreas attempted to be peacekeeper in both situations. Suppose that's when things started going poorly. Yes, after Prior Ferenc was discovered as a witch, people weren't as willing to trust the Abbey anymore. Then the abbot became more severe. He didn't like that the prior's death rattled his control of Tassing. I still think that the old prior cursed the town. That's when crops started failing. I didn't know about any of that, but his taxes and restrictions and his attitude towards us became harsher after that. It was all we could do to live by them, but it eventually became too much. Even with all the restrictions, was the revolt really justified? I keep hearing conflicting stories about how it began. Agnes blamed Andreas for starting the revolt. Is that really true? Andreas only ever sought peace, from what I remember. He took it upon himself to try and keep justice in Tassing, even though it wasn't his home. Truly, it's thanks to him that we had peace for so long. We did everything we could to keep things from getting violent, but the Lord had other plans. I remember how sick and hungry I was all the time. Grandpa kept saying it hadn't always been like that. All was fine until one of the brothers killed Otto in retaliation for finding out just how corrupt the Abbey was. Well, my husband wouldn't let that rest. We all wanted justice. When that soldier arrived and threatened us all the townfolk pulled away, except for you and Ulrich, Gret. No, Clara, I'm afraid even I was intimidated, and begged Ulrich to leave the matter be. My husband alone stood with the peasants. Why did all the peasants revolt anyway? So many people died, they must have known it wouldn't succeed. Father Gernot was a harsh lord. His rules and taxes left many of the families starving. By then, we were so starved and wanted justice so much, Peter truly thought success was possible. There was still some discussion. Ulrich and Andreas wanted peace. Then that fucking Miller protected that what's the word? Protected that tonsured bastard. He always hated us, thought he was better than us. Ursula, language. What, Mom? It's true. Reinhard even shot Ulrich out of nowhere. It was unprovoked? Yes. Leonard always did hate the rest of the townsfolk, and he would take advantage of anyone he could. My husband sought peace to the last. He was a martyr to us. I think the miller shot Ulrich to retaliate, but after that, Peter couldn't be stopped. We'd lost too much. The burning of the abbey was a grim night, and the soldiers coming in. Our men fought to protect us, to protect Tassing, and many died in that fight. But we got rid of the abbot and all the monks, at least. Yes, that is some comfort, if only a little. Are there any heroes of Tassing I should memorialize? Dad, definitely. Peter always wanted the best for Tassing, even if he acted rashly by setting fire to the abbey. Hope you can portray him in the best light, Magdalene. I'd rather not talk about that night anymore. Hope you provided enough insight for your work. You did, thank you. I'll let you get back to work. Thank you, Magdalene. I'm certain the mural will be beautiful. Now all we have left is the inn. Alright, Tassing's empty. The inn, nothing in the abbey. We're heading off to the inn. Who are these guys? Well, if it isn't Magdalene. That's me. Ah, good. I have seen you around and heard your name mentioned. I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. I am Alexander. This is my partner, Kazimierz. We are musicians by trade, travelers by necessity. The weather trapped us on our way back to Würzburg for a Christmas celebration. I had hoped to win the Meister Singer. Meister Singer, thank you. Competition there, but alas, we are trapped here until the pass is clear. How are you finding Tassing? Everyone has been quite kind, and no one has thrown anything at me for my music. Considering the circumstances, I'm counting that as a success. I have to admit, I was quite upset that I had missed my opportunity to sing at the Meister Singer competition. You practice so much for it. Yes, it's hard not to view the last year as a waste. You can try again next Christmas, can't you? Of course. Though the older I get, the less comfort I take in the possibilities of the future. Missed opportunities sting more with each passing year. Well, you have an audience here, the people of Tassing. And perform for them, I will. I love performing for people wherever I go. When I sing for people, I want to move them. I want to see it on their faces. It's only in that moment that I can connect with them. That's the only truth I know. Meister Singer judges will rate me as they will, but that's not why I want to perform for them. I want to move the masters the way they moved me. Does that make sense? I think so. My dad is my teacher, and his approval means a lot to me. I think we all want the approval of those who came before us. And someday, someone will look to me for approval. Hard to imagine. Here, I'm sorry. Just feeling a bit melancholy, I suppose. It's a long night. Suppose you're right. All that darkness. Perhaps the Christmas feast will lift my spirits. Would I see you there? Absolutely. Almost everyone in town should be there. And I look forward to it. Until then. Hello, Magdalene. Hello, Hans. Did you need something? Kraft hasn't bothered you again, has he? Or gotten into some other trouble? No, he's been fine mostly. Good. That boy's a thorn in my boot. He's lazy, arrogant, doesn't care for his family. He'll bring shame to the Bauer name one day. I avoid sticking my nose into people's affairs, but Martin, Anyway, didn't mean to complain. Until later, Magdalene. Until then. Supposed to talk to him. Oh, hello, Magdalene. Hello, Magdalene. How's the weather? We've been prepping for the feast in here all day. Colder than usual. I'm glad to be indoors now. It's been colder than I remember it being for decades. At least we're in here where we can keep our fingers warm. You better keep your fingers out of my dough, Master Bauer. I didn't do anything. You snuck your little fingers into my cookie dough 3 times today. Do it again and I'll wrap your knuckles with the back of my spoon. Don't anger Mistress Matilda, Simon. Yes, sir. Sorry, Mistress Matilda. We need enough dough to make cookies for the entire town. You can't be eating it all. Anyway, what did you come in for, Magdalene? I was hoping you could tell me what you remember of the revolt. I was too young to remember much of it. No one ever seems to talk about it. You, Mistress Matilda, and Master Wolfslav. You two are the only ones left who used to live in the Abbey. The only ones who stayed, anyway. Matilda and I have been friendly enough with the people in town. We put it behind us in time. I can imagine the other brothers had little reason to remain. Poor old Adolf's heart gave out that night. It was all too much for him, God rest his soul. I'm not sure what happened to the others, all gone in any case. But the whole thing is a sensitive subject, Magdalene. Why are you asking? want to honor everyone. I want to portray their events truthfully in the mural. I talked to some others in town, but all the stories seem to conflict. I want to hear your perspective. I want to portray the event truthfully, so I'm trying to hear everyone's account. For the sake of seeing it portrayed right, I'll tell you what I remember. Wait, Magdalene, here. Come cut out cookies with me first. That way we don't fall behind while we chat. We'd be grateful for the help. All right, Magdalene. Cut out cookies from the dough and set them aside so Simon can put them on a tray. We'll need a good number in a variety of shapes, so don't hesitate to change which cutter you use. We have to have enough for the whole town, after all. Huh. Huh. This is a little weird, but we'll deal with it, right? Save some cookies for you. I will do my best. Oh, fucking balls. I didn't want to do that. It was going so well until it didn't. This was equal parts entertaining and stupid. Are you done? These look wonderful. Thank you. You can make more if you want, but it looks like we have enough. I think that's good for now. Thanks for helping, Magdalene. We'd better keep going if we're going to have everything ready by the procession tonight. So what can we tell you, Megs? I heard the Lands Connects. No, I'm not doing more, John. Came into town before the revolt and warned everyone to leave the Abbey alone. Could things really been talked out? Or was it too late by this? We're done, Tanner! There were some people who wanted to talk. Master Otto worked hard to keep the peace, but after Otto was killed. Oh, Andreas, a shame how he died. We at the monastery were fond of him. Dad said he was instrumental in keeping the revolt from getting out of hand. He regrets not standing by him. Yes, he was. He had a personal dinner with the abbot to try and discuss things, I believe. A pity they couldn't come to an agreement. Knew whatever the fuck that was. Oh, god damn it, Scooter. Yes, Andreas did a lot of good for Tassing and Kiesau too. Yes, Danny, cookies. Even if the old abbot failed to admit that, he even revealed corruption in our own midst. The old prior Ferenc had been doing witchcraft in the church. I still grieve that he died in the abbey fire. I know your father does too, Magdalene. But wasn't the revolt in general justified? Yes, I think so. We couldn't even collect in the forest without a fee. Dad kept saying we couldn't live with higher and higher taxes. The night Otto died, the abbot was trying to excommunicate everyone for celebrating St. John's Eve. A lot of people thought the abbot killed him in revenge. Turns out it was Brother Guy. He was embezzling funds from the abbey. Still, after Otto and Ulrich, that was too much. We burned the mill with both bastards inside. The abbot promised to help if Andreas found the person who killed Otto. All we wanted was to talk. Hold on a second. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. But didn't you say that you just burned down the mill? Yes, but only to protect ourselves. Leonard and Guy were both murderers. It was too much for Peter. Leonard was one thing. He just killed Ulrich. But to burn the abbey... But when the Landsnecks saw the fire, they thought they had another revolt on their hands. Even Father Gano couldn't stop them. We all fled. Brother Florian saved as many as he could, but... Peter was wrong to burn the abbey, but what the soldiers did, that was awful. Dad died protecting me, stabbed in the chest. Didn't even remember what he was wearing, but I remember how dark the blood was when we found him. Almost black and sticky, like a treacle. Dad socked one of the soldiers in the face, but another was right there. Magdalene, can we stop talking about this? Of course, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset anyone. Thanks, Magdalene. It's hard to discuss sometimes, you know? Good luck. We'll see you at the procession later. Until then. So everyone that died after the fire was because the soldiers thought it was a revolt and just started to kill everybody. Time to go to the commons for the Perchtenlauf. Which is crazy. Christ, it's too damn cold. Oh good, you made it, Magda. I was getting worried you would miss the procession. I wouldn't miss the Perchtenlauf for the world. The costumes are just too wonderful to miss, aren't they? I remember the mask scared me when I was little. I don't think I'd want to be part of the procession. I enjoy watching. Oh, really? I never saw it going. I guess watching is better view, though. Doesn't seem fair. Artemis gets to be the bright saint since her dad is on the town council. You'll get your chance, don't worry. Tassing's done the Perchtenlauf as long as I can remember. Everyone in town's been a part of the procession before. Well, except for the young ones yet. I wish Dad could be here. He'll see next year, surely, and you can go home and describe it all to him. As beautiful as ever. As goddamn long as ever. Well, at least we're going to eat after this. Oh, hey, Mags. Magda. Whatever, Mags. You made it. I was worried for a minute you'd skip out on the fun. Merry Christmas, Mags. Merry Christmas, Ots. Look, Baltus made a special batch of beer, and I heard you made cookies, too. Alexander and Kaz look like they're going to play something, too. Did you forget Casimir's name, or are you giving everyone nicknames tonight? That's a secret, Mags. Come on, let's get some food. Ahem. Hey! Everyone listen up. Jorg would like to speak. Yes. Thank you, Veronica. On behalf of the town council, I wanted to thank everyone for coming tonight. Listen intently. This year has been tough on all of us. We've had more snowfall than anyone can remember, and the early frost gave us a small harvest. Folk haven't come through the pass as often. Nico, you've been short of customers, and we've all missed the trade. Alexander and Casimir's, you've been kept from your journey. Ignacio, the snow has kept you from returning home. And I know we've all felt the lack of Klaus in town, as he's been bedridden these past few months. And yet, the Lord has blessed us with each other, cheerful guests, and good company. Even though this season has been rough, God knows we still have a lot to celebrate this Christmas. Edris, you've made tools we couldn't have gone without. Just practicing my trade. Dr. Stoles, you've kept us all in good humors. Proof of my experience, Jorg, in such cruel weather. Magdalene, you've painted the mural for us. Just gave the puppy a mini marshmallow. She wasn't quite sure what to do with it for a bit, but she got there. You're gonna get her addicted to marshmallows? That's dangerous, Danny. Thank you all for entrusting me with this task. I've done my best to honor Tassing's history. No? It's not dangerous? Alexander and Casimir's, you've spread good cheer in the early winter nights. Our pleasure, truly. And especially tonight, I think we should thank Baltus for making such a wonderful beer for us to enjoy. She needs to go on a diet, she's getting a belly. Oh. I guess that's allowed then. Sup, Gabe? Enjoying Peasant Simulator today? Hi, Mia. I'm doing alright. Getting close to the end, I can assume. I hope you're doing well, too. I literally have no idea how much further this game is. Only Tanner knows. No. Please. Ignacio helped tremendously. It's thanks to him, really. Oh, well, grazie. And thanks to our Lord who has so graciously provided this feast. Great, Tanner. Casimir's and I shall play later in the evening, so please come to us with songs if you have one in mind. Glad you're well and having a good time with it still. I am. Don't know. I just know how it ends. I don't remember how it gets there. Thanks, Tanner. Well, that's it, everyone. If I may, Org, I'd like to bless this great feast our Lord has provided for us. Of course, Father. Today we have come together to celebrate the birth... Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Now, please, everyone, I know Baltus has made a fine beer, but remember that temperance is a virtue. Celebrate the Christ child as though his manger were here with us. Squint quizzically. Merry Christmas, everyone. Finally, let's eat. Merry Crisis. Be friendly and say hello to everyone. Ava. Magdalene, you finally came over to say hello. So you've decided to use my full name now, have you? You asked me to. You never listened to me before now. He's playing nice in front of us. Hello, Magdalene. Happy Christmas, Ava. Till. Magdalene, how good to see you. How's that mural coming along in the rat house? Almost finished with it, I hear. That's right. The last I heard about it, you were still working on the middle section. The history of the saints, right? Yes, Mother Francisca was kind enough to invite me into the convent so I could use the cloister as a reference. Show the interior of the convent's beautiful. The cloister was built in 1234, if I recall correctly. The Lord Kearsau was a generous patron to the Benedictines. It's nice to see the poor Clares taking care of the place. There's a beautiful mural of the abbey's construction in the convent chapel. I made a sketch of it for the rat house. How clever! You know, Arts has been dropping by the rat house so often. Started to think he wants to be an artist. Maybe you can show him a thing or two. Mom, that's not... I just... Forget it. Be happy to show you my process sometime, Arts. Oh, really? I mean, I really only wanted to watch. Best learning comes with application, Arts. You ought to give it a try. Anyway, Magdalene, what are you painting on the mural now? I'm working on depicting the revolt, but I think I angered Agnes when I asked her about it. That's right. You were just a few years old then. God, has it been that long. Don't worry about Agnes. She acts cranky, but she's never truly upset with anyone. It took years for Tassin to recover after that night. Thank God we've come a long way since then. Otto will be proud of what the town has accomplished. I think so, too. You know, Magdalene, I think he would be especially proud of you for memorializing Tassing in the mural. He would be thrilled to think that you'd become a part of the family. Honored to think so. Of course. I've been charmed by you for years now, and I don't blame him. You're a beautiful young woman. Mom! I have to speak with Klaus, of course, but you and Otz are a good match. Stares awkwardly. Anyway, I don't mean to keep you chatting away with us older folks. Have fun and a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Ava. Till. Merry Christmas, Otz. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Mags. Talk to everybody. Let's go upstairs real quick. What? Merry Christmas, Werner. What's merry about it? Friends and family coming together to feast. Family. Friends. Who needs that shit? By the grace of God, you do, Werner. Did I ask you, Balthazar? No, be merry, my friends. Drink and be merry. Finally, someone with some sense. You two have been fighting for years. Isn't right now the perfect time to resolve your disagreements? No. I fear that ship may have sailed a while ago, Magdalene. So you two sit together at the same table, being angry and not talking to each other? I'm no soothsayer, but to me it looks like you want to be friends but are too stubborn to get over yourselves. Haha, she's sharp, this one. Don't take her side, Nazio. I'm sorry, but if she is right, she is right. I refuse to get myself roped into this foolishness. Just talk to each other. It can't be that bad. Some differences are irreconcilable. Right, Baltus? Yes, quite so. See, it's a start. Continue just like that. You must always get your way, is that it? The fiendishness of youth. Please go enjoy the feast and release our aging souls from your torment. Perhaps a dance later, Mum? Hmm? We'll see. Until later, gentlemen. Happy Christmas, Magdalene. Magdalene, dear, Merry Christmas. God bless. Merry Christmas, everyone. Enjoying the feast? Who wouldn't enjoy a mug of Baltus' latest brew and a hearty meal? With what effort you put into tenderizing the meat, I'm not surprised at all. I am but a tiny part of a larger whole. Looking at your belly, you're hardly a tiny part. I am as God made me in his infinite wisdom. What a blessing that is. I'm glad you're all in such a good mood. No other choice on a night such as this, witnessing the joy of a community brought together under one roof. Listening to the laughter of families, of children I won't ever have. The children none of us will have. We could still be blessed, all of us. We're too old, Vostov. It is as it is. Amen. I certainly managed to bring the mood down. Oh, it's not your fault, Magdalene. I don't fucking know what... Listen, Mia. Don't. I've been playing this game for 24 fucking hours. I've rotated through twice as many different characters. I can't keep track of anybody's voice. Be glad that I'm attempting to change how people sound at 24 fucking hours into this. You'll take your shitty accents and you'll like it, young lady. And if you don't like it, you are more than welcome to try. I'll wait. You can download the PlayStation app, get you an account, join my party, and I'll let you take over. And we'll sit back and listen to Mia do this. Mia's just giving me shit, guys. It's okay. This is a great idea. No, now don't, Mia, don't start blowing smoke up my ass either. Couldn't do half as well as you. Nah, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear that. Like I'm some rube. Come on. So, with that said, Miss Assassin, may I continue getting through this dialogue? Because I don't know how long this is. You need to hear more of these conversations. If there are any concerns or issues or queries about my use of voices while playing this game, there is one person to blame for it. We all know who that person is. My accents are an eclectic disaster. They are. In all honesty, you've been doing a great job with this huge mountain of reading. Yes. Herman, obviously, of course. Obviously, Herman. I mean, he's the one that suggested the game, right? Now, because of that, I'm going to read this next section straight monotone, no matter who's talking. Everyone has regrets, but you live with them. Even as I didn't find anyone to marry, the work I now do is precious. Solace is where you find it. Well, at least I hope you find yourself continuing to have a pleasant night. That is your penance now for acknowledging how trash I am. Merry Christmas, Magdalene. Enjoying the celebration. Oh yes, I can't remember the last time we had a celebration this big. It's a nice change of pace. Especially after having to work in this damned cold. I swear it seeps into your bones. I can't remember a colder winter. The frost keeps edging around our windows at night. At least the hinges will last through the winter. Look, those damned hinges again. Anyway, like York said earlier, it's nice to have a night of good company and cheer. Thank you for mentioning my father in your speech, Jorg. He'll be glad to know he was missed. You're welcome, Magdalene. Klaus is a good man, and we all miss him as a part of the community. To be honest, I didn't expect to make a speech tonight. I just thought about what happened in town this year. Really? Werner kept insisting that someone make a speech, so... Paul said that I was the most charismatic of anyone on the council. He said that? Well, he said that I would make the least amount of people angry over it. Baltus said it was my charisma. Smile awkwardly. To be honest, I never thought I'd be someone people in Tassing listened to. You're not trash. I just thought it was funny that one guy's German, the other guy's just American old. Woman's vaguely British, and he didn't know the geography. Yeah, I'm making it up as I go along. Making it up as I go along. But you've always been part of the town council. We didn't always have a council, though. It wasn't until the night of the revolt, really, that I felt like I could do things on my own. Be my own man. I love my father, but what he did, I thought it had doomed the town. A lot of terrible things happened all at once. No one can shoulder all the blame themselves. No, but my dad chose violence. He chose to destroy the Abbey. I always went along with him because he was my dad. He had to be right. That night was the first time I thought any different. Been lurking and doing shit. My ears serve me right. It is Christmas in the game, yes. I learned that night that you can fight for something right and still choose the wrong way to do it. And I swore that I would never let that happen again. The revolt broke down everything I thought I knew about Tassing, about myself. But it made a lot of things better for Tassing, and that makes me hopeful. What do you mean? Well, our new lord is strict, but he made a deal with us. The council lets us govern ourselves. As much as I was grumbling earlier today, Jorg is right. Life changed in Tassing, and even though the first few years were hard, we're better for it now. No abbot looking down on us, making stupid laws as he sees fit. Our Lord lives days away. As long as we pay our taxes, we're left alone. It's a better life for Artemis and Apollo than we had. Choosing to live differently than your dad was brave. I think you and the rest of the council have done a great job. Thank you, Magdalene. I've done the best I can to do right by the town and Dad. Anyway, I'm going for another pint. Anyone else? Another for me, York. Magdalene? I'll get myself another later, thanks. Alright, we'll see you later then, Magdalene. Merry Christmas. Hello, Magdalene. Happy Christmas to you. Good evening, Magdalene. Merry Christmas, you too. Ulrich, Andreas, say hello to Mistress Druckerin. Hi. Hi. Oh, Andreas, don't be shy. You know Mistress Magdalene. Sorry, Magdalene. You're still a bit quiet. Hello, Ulrich. Hello, Andreas. How'd you like your speech, Magdalene? It's a good reminder of everything we still have. We still needed to hear it. For Paul putting him up to it at the last moment, it was well done. Well, when I insisted someone on the council make a speech, I didn't particularly want it to be me. But Jorg did it justice. You can always count on him to speak from the heart, especially a few drinks in. Truthfully, I think much of one town needs some encouragement tonight. Much of the town needs some encouragement tonight. Tassing hadn't had such a hard season since the revolt. Yes, I'm sorry, it's Christmas. We shouldn't speak of such sad times. Let's toast to better days, then. Cheers to that. Although there is an old Latin proverb my dad used to say to me, Ignis aureum prot miseria fortis viros. Fire is a test of gold, misery is the proof of strong men. Yes, precisely. There's no question the revolt left Tassing worse off. But seeing the town now gives me hope. You're an artist, Magdalene. I think you can see it too. I think I do. Things seem brighter for Tassing somehow. Yes, those miserable days gave us the resilience we needed to push ahead to make things better. The next generation, like you or Juta and the twins, you saw what it was like to fight for ourselves. To stand up to tyranny, even at the cost of losing our homes and lives. To be honest, most nights I'm grateful for the revolt. Really? Oh yes, you would remember, but life was already terrible before that night. The revolt burned away the dead wood that had rotted Tassing for decades. God knows my father was an evil man. His death released me from years of fear. The revolt gave me the courage to face him, to become better than him. I think something of the same happened when the Abbey was destroyed. If things had gone as they always did, well, I doubt we'd be having such a Christmas feast tonight. The cost was high, but resulted in just as much joy as grief. I hadn't thought about it that way. Because of the revolt, I could marry Paul and we can supply grain to peasants at a fair price. Our children will grow up without the fear that ruled over my life as I got older. No moment in life is entirely good or bad, Magdalene. What matters more is how we choose to see it. It's a wonderful way to look at it, thank you. Well, it's something I learned from one of Father Thomas's sermons. I took it to heart when my father died. Don't forget to take some time to have fun tonight, alright? Mommy, I want another cookie. Don't yell. Excuse us, Magdalene. It seems we have cookies to fetch. And now I've talked to everybody except for the musician. Ah, Mistress Magdalene, Merry Christmas. Enjoying the night? Very much so. The cookies especially. I hadn't had such wonderful gingerbread in ages. We were just sitting up to perform. Did you have a particular song in mind you want us to play? Between the two of us, we know all the Christmas songs between here and Spain. Be welcome. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's all going to be whatever. Our classic, we know that one well. Once Kaz and I play what we've prepared, we'll be sure to play that one. Merry Christmas, everyone. Since it is Christmas, Casimirs and I want to share a special song with all of you in the spirit of giving. And they start singing Dick in a Box. Please enjoy.
In dulce jubilo, nun singet und seid froh, unsers Herzens Wonne liegt in Praesepio, und leuchtet als die Sonne, matris in gremio, Alpha es et O.
Hit me with your knowledge, John.
Alpha es et O.
I tried, Tanner. Please return to your drinks. We'll be playing all night. Happy Christmas. 2 hours left? Less than 2 hours left? Well, hell. Looks like we're going to finish this game tonight then. Hey, Magdalene. Sorry to bother you during the feast. Hello, York. Did you need something? Well, all the chatter around the revolt earlier had me thinking. You're nearly done with the mural, aren't you? The last time you talked with the council, you said you were working on the final portion, painting the revolt. I don't mean to nag during the feast, though. That's Veronica's job. I should have it done soon. Look at that funny meme of disgusted face going have a... Yeah, I don't know that one. I've been listening to people around town talk about the revolt so I can get a better idea of how to paint it. Everyone has a different idea of how that night happened. And I think I finally settled on how I want to depict it. Yeah? Uh-huh. To honor what the peasants stood for, show Otto giving a speech and the soldiers in the distance. Paint the peasants burning the abbey and the mill, and the Langschnecks defending the monks. Now, I think I'll show the aftermath of the revolt and paint the ruined abbey surrounded by everyone who died and their families. I don't think the first one shows the gravity of the situation. But I don't like the second one at all. With the third one, I think they'd appreciate that. Let's do the third one. I don't know if that's such a good idea. The mural was meant to honor Tassing, not stir up grief. Oh, fuck. Maybe Klaus was the better to paint the mural after all. Anyway, I'll get out of your way. You've got better things to do. I think Otz was looking for you, too. He always is. I think I should go home for the night. I've had enough of Otz's flirting. I should check in on my dad. Tell him hello from all of us, all right? Oh, I will. Good night, York. I'm not going to please anybody with this mural, no matter what I choose. Head home. All right. Oh, God bless you and Merry Christmas, Magdalene. Oh, Merry Christmas, Sister Emily. Were we bothering you with the noise next door? No, not at all. Hearing people celebrating Christ's birth brings me great joy. Christmas should be a heartening time of year for all of us. I always think there's something healing about coming together to celebrate Christmas. All of us are a part of the body of Christ. When we come together in fellowship, things are made whole. People need Christmas in the depths of winter to remind them that spring will return. We will all have a chance to live again. Magdalene, who is that? Someone who's been following me. Please excuse me, Sister Emily. I need to check on my father. Of course. God bless you. Thank you, Sister. The door's open. Is someone here? Dad? Thank God. Magdalene, is that you? What's the matter? Someone was standing near the house. The door was open. I was afraid something might have happened to you. I'm sorry. I didn't hear anything. I've been asleep most of the day, most of the evening, too. I'm worried about you, Magdalene. You're worried about me. You're working too hard. I know taking care of me takes up so much of your time. I know how hard you've been working on the mural. I know how important it is to you. For you to work this hard has to be important to you. It is important to me. I'm not going to make it, Magdalene. Are you a doctor now? I've known Werner Stulz long enough to know when he's going through the motions. He's never been kind, but there's a special coldness to him when he's attending to a dead man. It's all right. This is just life. I'm glad I'm going before you, even if it's sooner than either of us would like. I've already seen too much death in my time. Just wanted to show you what I could do. I wanted you to be proud of me. I have been, every day of your life. You've never needed to prove anything to me. I wish I could stay to see the mural when you finish it, but I don't need to. I know it will be more beautiful than anything else these old hands have ever made. Mom was the artist. She was. I just followed in her shadow. But you don't have to follow in mine. You can already see things that I never could. See things and make them real. I'm trying. You're doing it. Whether I die tonight or tomorrow or the next day, I'm not going to be here much longer. One morning you're going to wake up and you'll have to do things for yourself. Love things for yourself, and you'll have to share it with the world. Love is the only reason to do anything in this life. Oh, all this talking. Too much. Could you bring me something to eat? Of course, Dad, you haven't eaten all day. And I missed the Christmas feast, too. Can't believe no one brought me a cookie. I'll go get some soup. Klaus. I'm sorry, Klaus. About everything. You're here. I've been trying to keep Magdalene safe. I've been trying to figure out this whole time. After the fire, it's all I could think about. That and them. They've never left me. They're all still there, all in the dance of death. The Baron, Piero, Guy, Ferenc, Peter, Otto, August, and now you. Dan? Oh God, it's you. Who are you? What are you doing to my father? Magdalene, it's all right. It's all right. I'm sorry. I've forgotten my manners after all these years. And you've likely forgotten my face, or what it once was. Who called it? Yep, John. Scoter. Magdalene, this is Andreas Mahler. Back from the dead. Earliest memory I have is of you running into a burning library. I'm sorry. I don't understand. No one could have survived that. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I did. I don't understand, Andreas. Where have you been all these years? I've played this and just got bamboozled. What do you mean you forgot this, Tanner? You played this fucking thing. Hiding from the world. In the ruins, mostly. Sometimes in the woods when it was warm. Stealing bread from Gret. Stealing books from you. Oh, so I wasn't going crazy. It's the only thing that kept my mind from forgetting what words are. Wait, how'd you survive the fire? With some difficulty. I grabbed as many books as I could and threw them into the scriptorium. When the smoke got too thick, I started to black out. The next thing I remember was Caspar pulling me into the crypt. Your apprentice? The boy? You sent him back to Salzburg. He didn't leave. He waited in the woods and watched what was happening. When he saw me in the window of the library, he ran through the crypt to save me, and he did. But he saw that I was trying to save the books, and he went back in. I couldn't stop him. I was barely conscious. He never came back out, Klaus. When I woke up, everyone was dead or gone. I couldn't face any of you. I couldn't go back to Sabine, that empty house. So I hid. You painted over the Dance of Death in the Abbey. Turns out I had a reason to keep painting. I'm sorry if I scared you. No one's come into the Abbey for years. I thought I was safe there. I was afraid to talk to you, afraid to talk to anyone. Did you leave us with those notes, the ones with the purple writing? Ah. No, those are written by a different occult hand. One that does not want you to finish your mural. One that has killed and may kill again to stop you from telling Tassing's story. Tassing's history? Why? Because Tassing's real history is at odds with the story we've all been told. It's been covered bit by bit, layer by layer, until it could no longer be seen. But it's still here. It's always been here, hidden beneath our feet. And it's still protected, haunted by the specter of death that has hung over this place for generations. The thread puller. Thread puller? Beneath our feet? What are you talking about? The person who attacked your father is the same person who manipulated someone into killing Otto Zimmerman. And Lorenz Rothvogel. Yes, and they travel through the Roman aqueduct that connects Tassing and Kiersau. It's a network of tunnels I've become quite familiar with. And I've seen the ghost that haunts them. I can squeeze through the tiniest opening. I've seen it bend itself in half to reach places I can never follow. I've traveled along every inch of the aqueduct in the old city, but there is one place I have never found. The lair where the thread puller retreats to. The ancient Roman temple that it is determined to hide from view. The Mithraeum, you found it? No, but I mapped out a darkness between the collapsed tunnels. And I believe I know how to get there. Come with me. I'll show you. Now? If the thread puller becomes aware of what we're doing, well, I don't know what they'll do. We need to act quickly. Will you be all right? Yes, I'll be fine. Protect my daughter, Andreas. With my life, Klaus. I promise. All right, let's find the Mithraeum. The rat house? What are we doing here? When the men dug the foundation, they found Roman ruins that had been buried over time. Lucky never wasted stone, as he used the Roman wall as one of the cellars. There's a way inside to the hidden place. Are you all right? Yes. All right, into the Rathskeller. Well. Interesting. All right, that wall is different. Does that mean this is the place? No, it's two-sided, new and old. This was above ground once. It carried water. Look. All right, I think I can make it out. Cornelius goes to the bath today and completes the sixth step in the Mithraeum. Yes, you see? No, I most certainly do not see, Andreas. Well, here. warning would be nice. Oh, sorry. I'm not used to being around people. This is the aqueduct. The aqueduct carries water to the bath, so you think this will take us to the Mithraeum. Exactly. You seem quite confident. We know it exists. I know where it is. I know where it is not. I believe this is the only place it could be. It must be near the baths. Well, you've already smashed a hole in the wall, so I suppose we might as well look. After you, please. The decoration. These must have been the baths. Doesn't look like there's a way through. Silt. All the flood kept carrying it down here. Hundreds of years of floods. What if we can't get through? What if it's buried forever? It's too early to get this discouraged. Let's keep looking. More stairs down. Would something be below the baths? A hippocaust. They use warm air to heat the rooms above. Roman colonies in the north often have had them. Let's hope those haven't filled with silt as well. Do you know where we're going? These pillars just kind of go in all directions. Andreas, could you look that way? I think I'm going to try exploring ahead. Of course. Oh, I'm controlling him now. Alright. How could you abandon your work, Andreas? Thought you were a true artist, a master of your craft. But all you created was misery. The only thing more pitiful than watching your work in that scriptorium was your love of that dying art. An eye for an eye, Andreas. You may have condemned me, but in doing so, you damned yourself as well. Master, why did you send me back into the flames? No, this isn't right. I can't be here right now. How did I get here? Andreas, you're still here. Yes, for a little longer. I thought I had gone mad. Not yet. Not entirely. But you've been on this road for a long, long time. You must leave this place forever, Andreas. You must abandon it for good. But how? What can I do? I don't even know how I got here. This was once a place of refuge for you, Andreas. It has become a prison you constructed to protect yourself. From what? From pain? From risk? From life itself? But I can't stay here. I have to help Magdalene. How do I get out? Andreas, you are the architect. I would help you as best I can, but you are the only one who can answer that. Really? Oh, the white lines. Alright. Hello, Andreas? Say nothing. We haven't talked in so long. Why? I ran out of things to say. You ran away from life. Nothing turned out the way I thought it would. You ran away from the people who loved you. I didn't know what to do with that love. I wasn't ready for it. I know, and I didn't make it easy for you. It was hard for both of us. I don't blame you for anything. You should stop blaming yourself. It may be too late for us, but it's not too late for you, Andreas. It's not too late for Magdalene. Yes, Magdalene. I have to help her. You can, Andreas, but you have to leave this place behind for good. I know. I can. I will. You will. Thank you, Sabine. Would I ever see you again? Not in this place. But maybe someday in a better place. In a better dream. Master Andreas? Oh, not this fucker. Gaspar. It's really you. It's good to see you again, Master. Just wanted to help you, Master Andreas. You couldn't think straight. You shouldn't blame yourself anymore. I let my family down. I let you down. I couldn't stop Peter. Couldn't save Tassing. Couldn't even save more than a couple armfuls of books. You did what you could, Master. Everyone knows you did. And that's all any of us can do. All right, Caspar. Thank you. Thank you for everything you taught me. Wait, what happened? This was the way out. Before I started talking to Caspar, I know this was the way out. Your mind is fighting itself, Andreas. It remembers the pain of life. It's trying to protect you from it. Beatrice? Yes? I thought you were gone. You brought me back. Oh. So, what do I do now? Keep going. We are going back. You did. Right. It's been so many nights, so many years without seeing your face. Thought I had forgotten it. I know there's nothing I could have done, but it doesn't make me feel any less guilty. It's always there under the surface, no matter how I try to bury it. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. It's all right. What? It's all right, Daddy. It is? We don't have to hide here anymore. What about you and Caspar and your mother? We're not really here. And there are people who need you. It's so hard to let you go. I know, Daddy. But you have to. I know. You're right. Thank you. I love you, Daddy. I love you too. Good night, August. Good night. They shifted again, the walls. It's still trying to protect you. No. It's not? No, I mean, No, I don't have to do this. This is my mind, my maze, and I'm leaving. Good. But this next part might be confusing. What? I don't understand. I don't understand any of this. Why are you holding the maze? Two things are merging in your mind. You and... There are layers to everything, even our memories. Over time, the foundations become buried. We can no longer recall how we got here, no longer recall what came before. And what came before? Our Lady, watching over the labyrinth as I watch over you. And even this has roots that reach deep into the past. There was not always a lady to watch over the labyrinth, but there was a labyrinth. What? I don't understand. Sister Amelie? Is this real? Am I still in my mind? You are here with me, and we are here in spirit. Are we still in the ruins? We are in the tabernacle, the heart of the labyrinth. Your spirit was wandering, and the Lord brought you here. But I don't understand. How did you leave your cell? I have not. We are only here in spirit, Andreas. Are you here to save me? I am here to serve the Lord's will. If it is His will that I save you, I will. Andreas? Sister Amelie? The fuck is going on? What are you doing here, sister? This is the center of the labyrinth, the tabernacle. It is where the Lord sends my spirit to do His will. Can't wait, David. He has also guided your spirits here. There must be a purpose to it. Sister, we're looking for the Mithraeum. Is this it? Mithraeum? No. This is the tabernacle, not a place of wood and stone, but a place of spirit. The Lord has called me to this place for many years. He has always made His will known to me. Soon He will make it known to you. Sister, how does your spirit come to this place? Through the door between life and death. When my spirit hears the call, it descends through my grave. Here the Lord tells me what messages I must bear, and to whom. You deliver messages? Yes. Once, long ago, I was a scribe. I copied many works of the great church doctors. Origen in particular. But that all ended with the fire. It ended with my life. Wait. I thought I had given up the pen forever, until the visions returned. Oh. Yeah. They did say the murderers were following the influence of someone. I'm interested in how she got out to deliver those letters. No! When fire took my abbey, I couldn't save my sisters. Not one. All I could grab was a single book and a bolt of purple ink cloth. I couldn't understand why God had spared me alone. But He showed me. God had a higher purpose for me, for my hand. Father Thomas explained it to me. He makes everything clear. He tells me what I must do, what the Lord wills me to do. It was you, this whole time. You wrote the notes. I found one by my dad when he was attacked. Sister Emily, you pushed those people into committing murder. What? No, that can't be true. The Lord would not use me, for such a purpose. That was good. But that's what happened, sister. You wrote those notes. And people were murdered because of them. No, I wouldn't. He wouldn't. There was nothing in his messages about murder. No. I am not here. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Sister Emily, shh, it's all right. Father Thomas, how'd you get down here? Tassing is an old place. It's buried many ancient roads and tunnels over the centuries. People walk over the hidden ways every day without even knowing it. Though in truth, it was Sister Emily who had rediscovered them first and found this place. Father Thomas, did you? In other circumstances, I would be overjoyed to see you, Andreas. In truth, I am still happy you are alive, thank God. But I think the occasion of this reunion leaves little to rejoice about. You! You and Sister Amelie were behind all the murders? No, she had no part in this. But the notes, she wrote them. She did, but she did not understand their purpose. I guided her. I told her what to write. To what end? What was the point of all this? Look around you. What do you see? Roman ruins. Look closer. It looks like the statue of St. Moritz from the meadow. And the images of St. Satia from the shrine. I don't understand. It's St. Moritz and St. Satia, and Mars and Diana. How can it be both? When the Romans left Tassing, their buildings, their temples, their statues remained. Christians settled here centuries later. They found time-worn fragments of that imperial grasp. This statue of Mars... Well, take it easy, David. Thanks for hanging out, bud. Hope you get good rest, and look forward to catching you next time. Good luck tomorrow. This statue of Mars Pater that once watched over the Roman field stood there still, headless and nameless. The settlers believed it was St. Moritz, who was already a legend where they had come from. They found the shrines to Satia, and not understanding she was an aspect of Diana, believed she was another local saint. So the people turned them into saints. Sanctity and sainthood exists outside of what people believe, Magdalene. People cannot turn someone into a saint any more than they can unmake the divinity of Christ. But they knew of the saints and learned local legends of the region and applied them to the figures they found here. No one knew they were Roman gods because there was no account of what the Romans did and left here, except for Historia Tassiae. But Historia Tassiae was not known then. Perhaps it had not even been written then. Who knows how long that book had been lost before it made its way to Father Matthias. And you killed him for it. Yes, with poison. No one suspected. He died of poison and no one suspected? It must have been quite subtle. His death was unexpected, but I was the only person he confided in about what he had read in Historia Tassiae. When Father Matthias learned that there was no evidence that St. Moritz had ever come to Tassing, at the shrine to him in the meadow was a statue of Mars that the Romans had erected hundreds of years ago. That Saint Satia was the Roman goddess Diana. He resolved to deal with it. And he resolved to deal with him. Andreas, our people believe in St. Moritz. They believe in the miracles God has worked through his hand. And they believe in the legend of Saint Satia, that she helped Moritz and watches over Tassing still. What does it matter if they were wrong if the saints weren't here? And what does that mean for the hand of St. Moritz? What does it mean for the people who prayed to him, to Saint Satia, and believed their prayers were answered? What does it mean for the church that has given people hope, fixed like a false star in a dark sky? If the people had reason to doubt the validity of the saints, can they doubt the church? Can they doubt the gospel, the word of God? Perhaps some would, but you've always told us that we have to accept Christ of our own free will. Yes, of course. But preserving the legends of our saints doesn't interfere with individual volition. You are preserving a lie. I preserved a lie to illuminate greater truth. God so loved the world that he gave his only Son. If you believe this, if you truly believe this, eternal life is yours. And saints have walked among us, and their relics work miracles, and they hear our prayers and answer them. And the two that protect this town were never here. They don't need to know that, Andreas. There are times when God feels so far away from us in these mountains. But a peasant in Tassing can stand in a field, look over our valley and say, St. Moritz was here. God was with us, and he is still, and he will be with us always. And that is the truth, even if the legend of St. Moritz is a lie. So many people have died because of what you've done. I know this is hard to believe, but I was trying to save lives, to prevent death. But one murder didn't solve the problem, did it? Because one day Baron Rothvogel rode into town with another copy of Historia Tessae, a copy he promised to give to the abbot so Kiersau could come to terms with its past. And if Father Gernot read its contents, he would be facing the same danger you saw in Father Matthias. In retrospect, given how Father Gernot chose to run the abbey, my fears may have been unfounded. Do you think he wouldn't have cared? Whether he cared or not, I think the abbot would have been more concerned with preserving the abbey. There was also the Baron himself. Given his provocations, he surely could have told the people eventually. But then why Otto? Certainly he didn't have anything to do with Historia Tessae. He couldn't even read. In the end, his murder provoked Peter and the others into destroying the abbey. Some crazy shit. I never thought that would happen. I underestimated Peter's anger and the peasants' frustration. So you killed him to prevent an uprising, but it caused it instead. Someone else killed him, as someone else killed Baron Rothvogel. And it wasn't to prevent an uprising, but to stop him from showing people what he found. What he found when he was helping to dig the foundation of the rat house. The wall of the aqueduct? No, everyone knows about the old aqueducts. That wouldn't cause alarm. What he found was a stone head. The missing head of the statue in the meadow. The statue at the shrine of St. Moritz. How'd it wind up over there? Most likely culprits are rain, floods, and time. Black Till told me that farmers find old tools and pottery in the fields every year. Yes, and this had remained hidden for centuries. It sat in the soil until Otto found it. And he was going to show everyone that God had favored the town with his discovery. What Otto could not know is that our shrine statue was not of St. Moritz, because Otto could not read the words chiseled across the helmet, Mars Pater. But the man he entrusted with this information, the town priest, could. Yes. And you told him to meet you in St. John's Eve at the rat house. I could not let him destroy our town's beliefs. And you had poor Sister Emily write down what you told her were visions she couldn't remember, and to deliver them in the dead of night to Guy, to Hannah, to Martin, so that one of them would murder Otto, just as someone murdered Lorenz. What about my father? I'm sorry, Magdalene. Why'd you do it? It didn't make any sense. Was it because of the mural? Yes. Klaus pursued the project with the determination of a guilty man doing penance. He kept digging and digging for answers about Tassing's past, Kersau's past. I was afraid that sooner or later he would find out about Moritz, Satia. This place, everything. So you tried to kill him? No, I tried to scare him. First with a note, but he ignored it. Thought if I ransacked the workshop, it would scare him off. Water. Thank you, Mia. I didn't expect him to come down so quickly. It was just an accident. Thank you. Say nothing. So what are you going to do now? Kill me? Kill Magdalene? No, of course not. I have neither the means nor the will to do so. But even if I can't stop you from telling people what I've done, I can stop them from finding this place. This crazy motherfucker. No, Father Thomas, stop. It's too late for me. But I can still take Tassing's secrets with me. Father, you're going to kill us all. You're going to kill Emily. Then leave and take her with you. You can tell the townsfolk what you want, but if you stay here, we'll die together. This is suicide. I believe it is an act of faith. And if it is not, I'm prepared to answer for it. Father, go. Well, hell. Are you all right? How's Sister Emily? She's still out, but I think she's fine. They must have heard that at the Golden Hand. The entire church collapsing? I'd hope so. I think Andreas, after that fire, he's probably physically, I mean, the way he walks, he's physically damaged, right? Never mind the mental damage he's received. I don't think he has the strength that he had. This is 25 years later, remember? Well, it's been 25 years since we first met him. So, what are we going to tell them? What do you mean? About this? About everything? He's dead, Magdalene. There's no justice to be done by telling them about the saints. Please explain your thinking. Didn't account for crazy old man strength. Bad game, I know. What about Magdalene? What about Magdalene? She can do some roundhouse kicks in there? I'm just not sure it makes sense. What good would it do to tell everyone about St. Moritz and St. Satia? Maybe Father Thomas was right about that, if nothing else. Maybe it would break their faith. I think he's wrong. I think the people here have enough faith to hear the truth. I suppose the people here have had enough things in their lives broken. What do you all think? Those of you that are watching and paying attention. Should they be told about how they're literally built on lies religiously? Or do we leave them in the dark? Truth will set them free. I think they should be told. It's for the best long term. They should know the truth. Looks like a consensus. Obviously, it'll have short yeah. I think he's wrong. I think the people here have enough faith to hear the truth. I mean, I'm generally in favor of letting people know about this stuff for as much as it'll help. Right. Or just use the tool to spread hope and maintain faith, I'd say tell them. It's unanimous. You know them better than I do. Especially since I've been away for so long. You came back after all this time to solve this, but it's hard to feel like we actually accomplished anything. Are we any better off than we were this morning? Father Thomas won't be able to hurt anyone else. Maybe he never would have. I think you're right. We should tell them. About the saints, the Romans, all of it. I hate that doing the right thing feels so awful. I'm sorry. I am too, but I still think it's what we need to do. I think a lot of them. Then we'll tell them. Good. We should get Sister Emily someplace warm. We can take her to my house. You'll probably have some explaining to do. A lot, I think. It's been a long time coming. I'm glad you didn't die in that fire. I am too. I think. Merry Christmas, Andreas. Merry Christmas. John, thank you for gifting Danny a sub. You didn't have to do that. It was very much appreciated. Oh, Magdalene, you made it back. Did you think I wouldn't? When I heard such a terrible din and the house shook, I feared the worst. Is everything all right? I don't think so, Dad, but it will be. You all right, Dad? Yes. I'm sorry. So there were no correct or canonical killers. It's just whoever I picked. Yeah. Everyone received a message. So any one of them could have been the one. Just tired. Sit by me. Tell me what happened. It started in the rat house. Well, the rat skiller. Andreas found an old Roman message. Huh. So we went to the aqueduct. The section we found must have been closed off for centuries. We found an old Roman bathhouse. We couldn't go through, so we found our way down to a level under the baths. I think Andreas said it was a hippocaust. Andreas got separated from me. Was really afraid I'd lost him, that we'd both gotten lost down there. Then I heard his voice in the distance, and it was so relieved. Dad? Are you still listening? Yep. 4 months later. I know it's hard. I mean, I can only imagine how hard it is. But we will all do our best to make you feel welcome when you get here. It's strange to think this will probably be the last letter I send to you. So I will end it with my love. Esther. Magdalene. Yes? I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wanted to let you know that everything is in order. Baltus has ensured that all the financial matters will be handled. The money will be forwarded to you via the Reichspost as soon as everything is settled. I appreciate it. Please thank him for me. Of course, Mistress Drucklin. I did not know your father well, but I know that he was well regarded by everyone who spoke of him. It seems that Tassing has lost many things in one man. I'm very sorry. Thank you. Good fortune to you. I shall walk off fancy-like. Bro does not have that shit on. Nazio has 0 drip. Swan, I mean, you can't help these people, right? It's literally 1544. You sure you have everything you need, Magdalene? I think so, thank you. May do something to take with you on the road. It's chamomile, cinnamon, and wheat flour. If you're traveling and you're having cramps, I know, I'll use it. Well, Hildegard's recipe just called for chamomile and wheat flour. I added the cinnamon for taste. I'm so sorry about what happened to your father. Thank you. Mother Francisca had us all say prayers for him. And for you as well when she heard you were leaving. Really, that's so sweet. Please thank her for me. I will. We'll all miss you so much, Magdalene. I'll miss you too. God bless you. Safe travels. Magdalene, I can't believe you're really leaving. I miss you all dearly. The boys will miss you even more. Yours, at least. Oh, don't tease him. I think he's really having a hard time of it, despite appearances. I'll go easy on him. That's kind of you. I appreciate it. Safe travels and God bless you. Oh, hey Mags. Otts? I'm really sorry about your dad. He was always nice to me. My mom says he was a good man. He was a good dad. Well, thanks. I should get going. Mags. Magdalene. You sure you don't want to marry me? I'd rather have my chest crush under Paul's heaviest millstone. It's a little late for that, don't you think? Right. I just didn't want to spend the rest of my life wondering if I should have asked. You know. Look after your mother, Otts. Good morning, Mr. Strucken. Are you off soon? Yes, Father. Just saying my last few farewells. Of course. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to know you or your father. God rest his soul. I am too. Don't let those Bohemians put any heretical ideas in your head. Once their pernicious seeds take root, they can choke the faith right out of you. I will keep my guard up, Father. Good, good. Keep the faith. God bless you, Father Elias. God bless you in your travels. I don't know who the fuck that person is. It's the first time I met this person in this entire game. Yeah, he's standing there just confused. God bless you as well, Sister Emily. Are you leaving today? I am. I'm just heading up to the mill in a bit. I'm so sorry for everything that happened. I know. It's all right now. Thank you for helping me. Do you know what you'll do now? Will you become an anchoress again? I don't know, honestly. Father Elias is trying to help me, but I need to learn to rely on my own judgment a little more. It's going to take a long time to atone for my part of what happened. Perhaps the rest of my life. You were tricked, we all were. Even so, I must make amends. I am writing an account of what happened here. As well as I can remember it, anyway. If it is not enough to earn forgiveness, I pray that it will at least illuminate this history of great darkness. Good. It's worth remembering. God bless you, Sister Emily. God bless you and keep you safe on your travels, Magdalene. Magdalene, this is it? It is. Time for me to leave. Good. Get out before this cursed town swallows you. Tassing will bring you nothing but anguish and misery. Elsa, I hope one day you will find a path out of your own sorrow. God willing, though I am doubtful. Stay safe on the road. These are still dangerous times. We'll be fine. Look after your family. Paul, Anna, your grandkids still need you. I'll do what I can. They are what little I have left. Without them. Never mind. Godspeed, Magdalene. Are you sure I look all right? Of course, Andreas. You look perfectly respectable. You're a little worse for wear, but a good sight better than you were. It was kind of the woman to help clean me up. I'm afraid I'd forgotten how to look after myself. Some would say you took care of yourself quite admirably. How many men were here could have survived a burned-out cellar for the better part of 20 years? Subsisting on our discarded rhinoless. I'm sorry about that. Andreas, we've already told you it's all right now. Magdalene. Hello, Magdalene. Are you off soon? Hello, yes, I'm riding with your flower to Mittenwald and then down the Isar. Sorry to see you go, Magdalene. But I hope Prague is everything you've dreamed of. If it's half the city Esther describes, I'm sure I'll love it. You have a chance to make a life of your own there. God knows I've squandered so much of mine. Use the time you have and use it well. I will. I don't know how, but I will. I wish you could have seen it, Andreas. I know. You would have loved it. I hope so. I know so. That's kind of you to say. We all need words of encouragement, and besides, it's the truth. Magdalene, I wanted to ask you something about the mural before you go. Thought it was supposed to cover the whole wall. Why'd you leave a section blank? For the future. Unless history is going to stop in passing the moment I roll down the road. I think your wagon is about to leave. Oh, it is. Hardly feels like enough time. Thank you for everything you did for me, for my family. God bless you, Andreas Mahler. Andreas? You alright? I'm lost. That's alright. You're welcome to stay with us for as long as you need. Besides, you can't leave yet. The children require your expertise. Oh? They're up on the mill, the walkway. I'll have supper ready when you're done. Just remember that you're always welcome in our home, Andreas. Thank you. Gonna sneeze. My God, the windmill took him. No, this is the mural. This whole time, you're right. I'm gonna Spotify that motherfucker.
Das küsste mich auf Deutsch und sprach auf Deutsch. Man glaubt, es kam wie gut.
This is a very
Das Wort ich liebe
Swan. Rip. I did too, John. They really swung for the fences for this game. With the axe and the time jumps and the intricacies and everything. I think they did fairly well. I am glad I played this game. It's different, and I like that. And it was well done, and I like that. My voice likes that it's over. Thank you, Tanner. This was a game I never would have tried out beforehand, but I'm glad that you introduced it to me. I did very much enjoy it. Is that right, Mia? I did see someone was commenting on Twitter saying, listen, we all know Odyssey isn't a good game. However, oh no, Scoter, whatever am I going to do? How will I process that loss? I'm just repeating what I saw in a tweet. Again, this was a good game. I think I have to separate the fact that it took a lot of energy from me to play this game because I streamed it and I did voices. I think if I was just reading it, not only would it have been shorter, and my voice would have survived better, but I might have rated it slightly different. I don't know if that would have been for better or worse. I mean, I hope I'm conveying the fact that this is not a bad game. This is a good game. I am happy that I played this game. I look forward now in going online and reading. My reading it gave more life, at least for you. Well, I'm glad. That was part of the purpose of it, right? I could have just not read anything, or I read everything monotone, but it felt necessary to give voices to these people. A little extra exhausting. I mean, yeah, it's a little extra exhausting, especially when you get shit talked for your voices by some people. Thankfully, you're not one of those people, Mia, right? You would never do something like that. You would, yeah, exactly. I'm not playing Pokemon Swan. Sorry. I literally have zero interest in playing Pokemon. So look at this. These motherfuckers did their research. It's okay, Mia. I appreciate you. You know that. Thank you for playing. The game with the bibliography. I know. They did their research, and you could tell. It touched on a lot of heavy subjects around that time period, which I appreciated. Yeah. The content was heavy, and you could get deep in it. The way it was conveyed was very unique. I do think one of the greatest things this game did was a subtle thing, was Andreas, when he encountered somebody, like, hold on, options. There's a setting in there where when someone's talking, they have their own script, their own calligraphy, their own type, the way they write, depending upon what caste they're in, whether they're just the worker, the farmer, it ranges from less intelligent to most intelligent. And when Andreas talks to somebody, their speech bubbles reflect that. And what I really appreciated in this game was when he'd be talking to someone of a certain class and find out that they were actually a reader, a learned individual. In the middle of that conversation, that person's text bubbles would change to the new font, showing that Andreas is reassessing that person. I thought that was really cool. I enjoyed this game. I'm glad you guys were all around here to enjoy it as well, for as long or as little as you paid attention. Hope you got some enjoyment from it. That was Pentiment. A solid game, very solid game. I'm glad I experienced that. What's next? Some of you will be very happy to know that this upcoming Thursday is Resident Evil 4 DLC, Separate Ways. We're going to go spend an entire stream session playing as Ada Wong. I'm not sure if any of you care about that, though. Yep, that's the response I thought I was going to get. You have no idea, John. So this Thursday, we will be doing Separate Ways, which I believe the game says 5 hours. We'll knock it out at one stream. We'll just play through. Don't worry. Definitely not Swan. Couldn't care less. Yeah. And then next week we'll be getting into Darkest Dungeon. So Thursday is RE4 again. No 10-hour stream, John. No. No way. That's crazy talk. But that is it for tonight. We went a little extra long just to make sure we can knock this out, and we have. Like I always state, whether you spoke a lot, whether you spoke a little, or whether you didn't speak at all, it doesn't matter. All that matters is you were here and you were entertained, at least for a little bit. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you for being here. I'm glad to be there for you, Tanner, and reach out if you need anything. I am available. Good luck with the rest of your week, everyone. I hope it goes peaceful and smooth. I look forward to seeing you Thursday, 5:30 Central, where we crack back into RE4. But until then, as always, please be safe. Please be kind. Please take care. And I'll see you Thursday.